Hello, everybody. Hi, welcome. I think I'm a little too loud. Welcome to the Holiday Snowtacular. We have been planning this for so long. I am so excited to be here. Am I coming through okay? Is everything okay? Give me some feedback in the chat, or just, keep yelling, keep doing all that stuff. Yes, life, you are amazing. Only left ear. Oh, sick. That's a fun one to fix. Oh boy. All right. How do I fix this? I see White Panther in the chat. How do we do this? Oh boy. This is not what I had planned. I should have checked this beforehand. All right. Mono. Let's try that. Close. Nope, that's not doing it. I love all the gift subs. I appreciate the gift subs. Give them as donations instead. I really, really greatly appreciate it. I love all the hype. And oh boy, how do I set this, y'all? How do I fix this? Am I fixed yet? Is this better? Oh, it's better. Okay, I got it. Good. All right. Sorry. Hi, everybody. We have a huge show today, and we are on a schedule. So I don't even have a whole lot to, I don't have a lot of time to explain because we already have to kind of get to our first guest. I'm a little behind. I'm sorry. You might see this thing here. This thing's been causing me trouble for a little while now. And so it's going to go really quick and move a lot. We're going to try to fix that behind the scenes during the show. But first, we have to get to our first guest. Oh man, there's so much to talk about. First, we have phenomenal sponsors that are kind of floating around down here. That thing's a little funky now. It's all good. We're going to have fun. It's all good. We have Prismic, a company that I work for and that let me spend a whole bunch of time working on this show. So huge thanks to Prismic for sponsoring and also sponsoring like with my time. So shout out to them. I'll be talking about them more later on. Shout out to GitHub, who just joined. We just got GitHub. GitHub, thank you for coming in at the last minute to match donations for $2,000. We also have Clerk. We'll be talking about them. We have Zeta, and we have the fantastic Netlify. So we just got a donation there. Love it. The styling, we'll work on it. It's all good. So we have Wes Bos. Wes couldn't make it live. He's a little preoccupied right now, but we did manage to squeeze in a last-minute recording. We're going to play that right now. So it's not live, but it's as live as it's going to get, baby. So let's go over to Wes Bos. Wes, how you doing, buddy? Great to see you here. That's a transition failed me. Hold on. Wes, great to see you. Wes, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic. Thanks so much for having me on. I really like your Christmas background. I kind of wish I had that myself.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it just took a little bit of trimming the fake tree and setting it up and everything. So trying to get in the spirit, but you've got a solid background yourself. Happy holidays, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
So what are we talking about today?
All right, so I thought I saw your TikTok and I've been working on mine, and I thought let's talk about sharing coding information on short form content. So TikTok, Reels, YouTube Shorts, Twitter, LinkedIn, wherever you can post a little video.
They've been kind of blowing up.
Yeah, it's funny because I started posting tips on Twitter like 10 years ago.
Right.
And I recently switched because I've been making video and I've been making these screenshot tips, which that's what Twitter's all about. The screenshot code tip, right? And the video is really kind of the next step in that because you can provide a little bit more context as to how things work. And I've been really enjoying it. I think there's some stuff we can talk about. People are asking me lots of questions, and I have lots of questions for you as well.
It's been cool. I've been seeing your tweets about the learnings that you've been having just in trying it. I love that you've been experimenting so much with different things. It feels like you're still in the experimentation phase of I'll try this and I'll tweak this. I love how you approach it in that way, just trying to change one variable at a time and step back and see the results. So
yeah, a lot of people are asking me what's the ROI on this? How are you converting this to course sales? I'm I literally don't know that yet. I'm still trying to figure out
that is a tough part.
How it works. Yeah.
So
I don't have answers there, but we do have information about recording and editing and what kinds of content and whatnot. Cool. So editor setup right away. What I do is I have a custom VS Code settings. Basically, it's just my own theme.
Smart.
And then I add a bunch of padding. I turn off the mini map. I turn all the rulers and bracket matching off. And it just gives you let me show you some code here. That's not good code. There we go. This is just so much cleaner than if I were to turn that off and there's all this. I get stressed watching a lot of coding TikToks because there's too much stuff on the screen. There's a tiny little screen. You can hardly see it. They're using a whatever. This is nice and clear and big and whatever. So I really like that.
Yeah, you absolutely have to have just like a little bit on screen. Don't show line numbers. Don't show stuff at the top and terminal or like just make
unless it's helpful. Don't show it. Yeah,
right, yeah. Unless it's the thing you're talking about here. Don't give me like 30 lines and point to like, you see on line 12? No, just show me line 12.
So editing, what I do is I record my whole 4K monitor. I bump the sizes up of what I need to. Cool. And that way I can get it as big as possible, because you can always make it smaller, but you can't make it bigger. And then I just crop them in my editing software. So I don't like line things up perfectly and put my head in a bubble and whatnot. I just record them all as separate sources, and then I edit them after the fact. And that's really nice, because you can make it look nice and crisp, and you can cut off the stuff that you don't necessarily need. Yeah.
Does ScreenFlow do the recording and the editing, or just the editing?
Yeah, it does. It does the recording and the editing. A lot of people will use like a OBS to record just like raw files. And that works pretty well. I just use it because it's built in, and there also is like a couple things around like click, and it records. If you ever need to show keyboard shortcuts on the screen, which I don't do a whole lot, but you can.
That's handy. That's handy when you need to. Like if you're doing like a Figma shortcuts thing, or if you have shortcuts, it might be nice to just kind of show that. That's great.
Yeah. And then I've been looking into Descript as well, which is you edit it via the script. It does like text to speech or the other way around. And
I think we talked on like Twitter about how like the quality, it still has like quality issues around it, and like the editing flow is fantastic, but it's still I don't know. I struggle, like the audio and video got out of sync on a video for me, and it was like 20 minutes in. I was just like, all right.
Oh yeah, it drifted.
That can kill you. Yeah.
I had that with ScreenFlow for the longest time, and I have all these videos showing them the bug, and then they were like, "Yeah, we're looking into it." And like a year later, nothing. And finally, I bought the Mac M1, and my problems went away.
Yep. It's usually something around your memory or whatever.
Yeah. What's your recording and editing flow?
So typically OBS, if I'm doing, so I'll either use this camera or I'll use my phone, and I'm kind of experimenting too, where it's like, what do people like? Because TikTok is mostly just phone videos, and these, I don't know. I feel like sometimes people see these and they go, all right, this is just someone doing a lazy export from YouTube. That's one thing that I think people turn out, where it's like, oh, TikTok's where I just like chop up my YouTube content and post it. And I don't think people respond well to that unless you are like already a celebrity and people go, oh, I know this person. I want to see a clip of that. Otherwise, it's just like, no, it's not quick enough. It's not engaging enough. You have to like cut every single ounce of dead air from TikToks, where with YouTube, you can get away with that. Totally. So I think it's just a different format. So on my phone, I'll use CapCut and just the on phone recorder, like the camera app, and here it's OBS and like After Effects.
Yeah, the CapCut is really cool. I've been seeing you have captions in yours, which is something I just don't have space for, but like I know that I need it, right?
I mean, like, so TikTok gives you captions that people can toggle on and off. I've been liking the captions because I don't know how to do the Twitter captions. Like that whole thing isn't as intuitive for me. And I just want the captions on there. I personally, I will browse the internet sometimes and just keep sound off. So I kind of like the captions. That's the kind of user I am.
Yeah. Like what happens here at the doctor's office without headphones, but you want to watch a TikTok, right? That's why people scroll past it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've been editing mine in 1080 by 1920 for TikTok Reels and Shorts. But I was uploading the TikToks to Twitter, and everyone's like, the code is cut off. The code is cut off. And with TikTok, there's like a 20 pixel gutter that you got to stay away from because of different phones, their sizes and whatnot. But on Twitter, they were just like half of the people. I did a massive like test on Twitter. I said, hey, all right, screenshot me this. And everyone sent me screenshots back. And I had like different colors to see how many pixels in it was being cropped. And about half of the iPhones were cropping it like 120 pixels on either side.
Okay.
So I found out like 1144 worked, but then I was like, you know what? Square is way better. Like, look at this. You don't have to full screen it or whatever. Twitter doesn't put black bars on the side. It looks fantastic on mobile when you're viewing a tweet. They don't crop it.
Interesting.
You don't have to click through it. So 1920 by 1920 is kind of my go-to, or 1440. But I think I want to stay with 1920 and 1920. And it's not that hard to edit it. I edit them in the initial 1080 by 1920.
Okay.
And then it's not that hard to like rejig it for a square cut
Got
as
it.
well after the fact.
Can I just say how silly it is that you have to figure this out and the companies aren't just telling us this? Like, what? What?
Yeah. I couldn't
Give us
believe
a
it. Like
number.
I wrote a blog post on it because like I was like, there's literally nobody out there
I've
that
never
has
heard
info
this.
on
Yeah.
this, but people are
Yeah.
complaining that the code is cut off, and I don't
Yeah.
have any more size to do it. And that's a nice thing about Twitter is you can use the whole screen, whereas TikTok I've got, where is it here? You can cut, there we go. I've got this like layout that I have to overlay on all my videos. This is all dead space on TikTok. You can't put anything good in there because it will be
Oh,
covered
that's
by
so
icons.
smart.
Yeah.
This is really smart. Yeah. So for people who don't use TikTok, on the right it's all like the like and the bookmark button, and then at the bottom it's the name of your video. It's like the
Captions.
Yeah. And then the top is the iPhone island, right? Is that what that is?
No, that is like the search or something like that. Let's see.
Got
here.
it. No worries. No worries. I feel like I'm taking
Oh, that's
us down
the following, follow you. That's how you switch between your For You page and who you're following.
Got it. That's so funny.
Stuff
Yeah.
like a video can go under there, but not like a piece of code that people need to read, you know?
Got it.
What we're gonna
That's really
say.
helpful. Cool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
techniques.
YouTube Shorts we were talking about. I've been uploading them. It's very frustrating. They're too short. YouTube Shorts are too short. 60 seconds.
Yeah, you can't go above 60 seconds where TikTok keeps making it bigger and bigger. You can go 10 minutes now. I never have, but you can.
Yeah.
YouTube will not take a 61-second video, and so you're just like, you either have to really rush through a topic or do like a really tiny one, or just not upload half of your stuff to YouTube Shorts.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I really try to get it under a minute. If not, I will put. I hate how I don't want to make another cut for YouTube. It's not worth it. So I try to like make the 60-second cut be good, and then after 60 seconds, I'll be like supported in all the browsers, and here's how you can install it. You know,
Right.
but it's so frustrating. But like YouTube Shorts has been doing super well for me, so
Okay,
still worth it. A lot of people are.
Sorry, if you're having that many subscribers already, has been like a boost to it, because with TikTok you just started and you came in at 0. So I wasn't sure if there was like a bit of a boost from YouTube.
That's a good question.
It's tough to say. Different algorithms, different everything, right? Like it's hard to
I
say
found when I first got into YouTube Shorts, I looked up like 6 or 7 guys who are doing it, and a lot of them only had 5,000 followers on YouTube, but we're doing 100,000 on Shorts. And I think that's the beauty of TikTok and YouTube and whatever, is that you don't have to make this massive audiences. If you've got something good to say, ideally it will be surfaced to people that want to see it.
Yep. Very different algorithm.
Yeah. So let's talk about different techniques. So I'm primarily doing the like screen recording with video and editing it after the fact. There is and then you do a lot of just like talk to the screen and skits and whatnot.
Yeah.
So like, what are your thoughts on that?
On what exactly?
I don't know. Well, I just find it interesting how there's like a couple different ways to get something across. Like to me, I immediately went for showing my screen and recording it. And then you've immediately went to like, I'm talking to the screen, explaining something, and then just bringing in context of code as I need it.
Yeah. So like for me, I started out trying to be as as low effort as possible, just so that I would get it out the door. But
Yeah.
then it kind of blew up, and it didn't blow up in the sense of like, wow, I'm popular. It blew up in the sense of, oh, my effort has to be more with each post, and that's just a pattern that I always follow. So like I kept like escalating, and now I have green screen skits, and it's like, okay, that's way too much effort. So yeah, I feel like a lot of people still enjoy like the very lo-fi aspect of TikTok, where you just can like you can hold your phone up to your monitor and record it, and people are fine with it on TikTok. It's absolutely wild. Where like
it not even just fine, is they often do better. Like look at this one. This is a very polished, nicely edited cut video that I did, and it flopped 1400.
Yeah.
And this is a 40-second video I did in my car.
In your car.
62,000. And it's
Yeah.
I bet, I'm always wondering, I bet there's something in the TikTok algorithm that says if it was recorded on a phone in the last 2 minutes, then boost it. Because that's what always happens, is you have this thing that comes around, and then you get marketing agencies trying to come in and do it, and they provide the most polished videos ever.
Yeah.
And you're like, maybe that's not the best way to approach it.
Yeah. The algorithm's a bit of a mystery, but
yeah,
that's interesting.
This is one more I've been thinking about recently. I've been seeing them get popular in coding TikTok, is just visualizing functions, visualizing a topic with no talking. So I've been working on this, which is just, this is something that I made for my JavaScript course like 2.5 years ago, and it did really well as a tweet. So I thought, like, will it do well as a TikTok? We'll see. I'm going to post it tomorrow. But it's basically just like, just giving information.
This is really cool.
Kind of just like a animation, or I don't know what you call that.
Animation works. Are you going to put like music on this, or like what's the idea?
Yeah, that's one thing I've never dipped into, is like the popular music on TikTok and whatnot.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a hit or miss. I feel like you could like, so a big part of TikTok is like following the trends, right? Like, oh, this sound is huge. Everyone's using this sound. I don't know how much that's going to apply to coding, because it's like everyone who's following that sound, and then all of a sudden it's like, what about the sound in JavaScript? And people are like, no, that's not, I don't know how much our niche is going to translate to hot sounds, but maybe it does. I don't know.
I think if you're doing like trends, and like there's another side to like coding TikTok, which is like memes and funny and whatnot. And or like shit posting is what we call it. And like that's not me. I'm not like it's the same thing with streamers. You get like meme streamers that are just being funny and like they're still teaching you stuff, but then there's other people who are like there to teach you to actually learn something. It's a difference between like entertainment and like education, and there's like a kind of mix between the two. So I do have music to it, so we'll see.
I'll check it out when it goes up.
I
haven't seen too much of that, so I'm interested. We have
about
it just left.
Okay, what do we got here? Let's run through the content types real quick, and then
cool.
And then we'll see where we're at.
Awesome.
Let's talk about content types real quick. Explanation stuff. Here's something how something works. Here's something that is neat. Seems to work really, really well. Some of my most popular ones are not useful at all, but kind of like like a style tag can be display block. Yeah, that kind of stuff always does super well. Tips, that's kind of my bread and butter. Here's how to do X, Y, and Z. Here's a neat way to do it. Here's use these 3 things together to fix this problem that you have. Workflows, VS Code stuff, tooling. A lot of your stuff is tooling, right?
Well, yeah, just like here's a cool website that does a thing for you. People like the bookmarkable aspect of things, where it's like, that's a tool that I can save for later. I need to hang on to that. Like there's a useful icon library, or a component library, right? Like people are like, oh, like that NPM library will save me time, but I don't need it right now. Bookmark, the algorithm goes, I'll push this, I'll boost this. So that I feel like I found some success with.
Oh, I never thought about that. It was just like the making bookmarkable content is a good one to show the algo.
Like, nobody's going like through TikTok trying to find like a component library, but when they find like a useful thing, they go, bookmark. And I've got a ton of bookmarks of like useful stuff that I'll get to eventually.
Yeah. I've had pretty good success with stuff that's new to CSS or new to JavaScript. I
Yeah.
think because half of the comments are, but it doesn't work in Safari, it doesn't work. And those comments are
Engagement.
good.
There you go.
It's engagement.
Yeah.
It drives me
Yeah.
nuts though. So I used to never add browser support to anything because that changes on the daily. But then like now half the comments are like, oh, but you don't. You're just a grifter and things like that. So I've had to start to add it.
Shame on you for teaching us new things, Wes. I can't believe you. Stop talking about subgrid, you grifter. Don't teach us stuff.
We've been sort of talking about the algorithm throughout the whole thing, so I won't go too much into here. But the one thing I have noticed is that something that does well on one platform always does well on the rest of the platforms. So
interesting.
Good content is good. Like if something doesn't do well on doesn't do well on all of them, which is all the ways the case, I know that it just wasn't interesting or good content, or like didn't really like hit home. Someone's like, I need to know that,
Got it.
So and like Instagram does really well, but nobody follows me on Instagram. Like in the time I've gained almost 40,000 on TikTok, I've gained 200 on Instagram. And it's not that the videos aren't doing well.
It's such a weird place. It has those same like slideshow things where people are like 10 CSS tips or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the same like swipey things. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a strange place.
Dev Instagram is odd. It's half desks and half those like slideshows and stuff like that.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, it's true. I've never like found someone on Instagram being like, bam, wow, that's a good tip. But that's why I'm there, because people are like, oh, this is actually useful. So,
got it.
Yeah.
And YouTube shorts are too short. It's ridiculous. Thumbnails are good, but where the crop? Oh, like at the bottom and top for TikTok?
Yeah, no, just because like thumbnails on Instagram, like they get cropped into squares.
Got it.
And YouTube thumbnails, you can't upload them via the app, so you have to upload it on your phone and then go to Creator Studio and then add the thumbnail after, which is a pain. Okay. I don't do it a ton, but I really should.
Got it. How important do you feel like the thumbnail is for Shorts and TikToks?
Very important, because especially with mine, like look at some of these. Like, what is this one about? What is this? There's nothing. You have no content. Yeah. For yours, it's better. Because like, look at this.
I forget sometimes though.
Oh yeah.
Like because once you, if people don't know, once you hit publish on TikTok, you can't go back and change the snapshot. It's baked in. So
yeah, the face is really important.
Yeah, the face. But like, I also wonder, like that only the people are only going to see that if they see one of your videos to start with, and then go, oh, this guy's good. I want to see what else they have, right?
Yeah, good point.
I think even with that, they look both at the numbers, like that they want to go see your most popular stuff, and then there's just like a, right, like the big ones get bigger effect. And there's also a little bit of like the topic and stuff like that. But I think a lot of it's like, oh, I want to see his like 65K one, or his best hits to see what else other people already thought was good, and save you some time.
It's true. Yeah, like the pinned videos and whatnot. It's true. Especially like one more thing is that YouTube is very long tail. You can post something to YouTube Shorts and it doesn't do well like right off the bat, but 3 weeks later you'll see it just like the long tail is huge on Twitter. Yeah, or sorry, on YouTube.
Interesting. Or YouTube. I haven't seen that at all. I'm hoping it's just a long tail, and I'll see that eventually, because I've just seen it kind of go like, oh, 200 people saw your thing and no one will see it again. Like we will show it to no one else ever. So maybe, I don't know. Interesting. That's a good data point. Awesome. Wes, thank you so much for coming on, buddy.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Can't thank you enough. This is a lot of fun chatting shop with you. Can't wait to see how that one video does tomorrow. But also, just continue to post these fantastic videos. Thank you so much for joining us to raise this money for a good cause. Can't thank you enough for your time. Hope you have a happy holiday, buddy.
All right. Thanks. Happy holidays to you too.
Take care, man. See you later. Hey, thank you so much, Wes Bos, for being on the show. Really appreciate your time. That was super, super interesting. I can't wait to go and like make square things, but there's so much to do. We're already late to bring on our next guest. Wes, thank you so much. Thank you for the donors. we are now bringing in the fantastic Salma. You know her as White Panther here on Twitch. Let's go over and make sure this scene's working. Let's see. Salma, how you doing? Wait, hold on. I got to check the little box. The name will change in a minute. It's all automated. I'm hitting a lot of buttons here. Salma, how you doing? Oh, are you frozen?
Good, thanks. Am I frozen?
In the scene, but hold on. Why are you frozen in the scene? Oh no. That's not good.
You can hear me though, right?
Also, on my side, but you're frozen in my scene. Why is that? Okay.
Refresh. I don't know.
Quick troubleshooting. Why is that?
We're doing it live.
That's happening. Scene 1 room. Okay. Refresh cache of current page. Oh boy, that's not good. I am so sorry. This was worked out and we had no issues last year because I used electron capture refresh cache. Come on. Why isn't that doing the thing? Let's try this. All right.
Shall I do the vamp singing again? Yay!
It's a little risky what I just did. I hotwired it a little bit, but you are here. That's all that matters. We're going to keep rolling. How you doing?
Hi, everyone.
How's
I'm good, thanks. I feel like your face is really big compared to mine, but I am on a Christmas throne.
I'm going to be back here. It's all good. We're good. We're all set. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Happy holidays, all the good stuff.
Same. So this is the last thing I'm doing before my holidays.
Amazing. So
I'm going out with a bang. So that's good, right?
Your room is amazing. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So good. So the glorious throne, absolutely. And by the way, I just had to kind of show off the Christmas sweater that I've got there. It's a little bit of a horse. So you are here to talk about web rings. Is that correct?
Join my web ring. Yes.
My web ring. I love it. Transition. Oh, wait. You are not sharing screens. I'm going to do this one. All right. I'll get the hang of streaming one of these days. So
whenever I talk about web rings, people say, but Panther, but Salma, what is a web ring? Now, people who are on the internet, we've been moving towards less of a centralized kind of social network kind of place, haven't we? With recent happenings. And
yes.
web rings were kind of like the original web communities of the 90s. And they are literally what they sound like. They're a ring of sites. So you have like a group of websites, usually personal websites, and each of those websites in the ring will have like a component on their website which will have like navigation to the next website in the ring or the previous website in the ring. And then the point is that each site displays the same component or a variation of it, and then you navigate through the ring and eventually end up back where you were.
It's the circular nature of a ring, right? That's
exactly. And so I started building this thing. I had the idea last week, and it comes with a lot of interesting challenges, actually, given what we know about the modern web today.
Okay.
And I can go through some of those with you, but first of all, I want to show you an example of what it looks like at the moment.
Okay. Which of these tabs should I go to?
If you go to my website.
Okay.
Okay, so at the bottom of the page, you'll see the claw web ring.
This is so, like to people who were not around for this. This is what it looked like. I mean, like not with this sick gradient and everything, but like. And there was like the previous, the random, the next. Yes, this is fantastic.
Yeah, so that's it. And not all of the sites have the component on their website yet for reasons. But if you go to like Lars, Dylan doesn't have it. If you go to like one of the like third or fourth one, like Lars, the 18th, go to that one. If you click on the claw web ring down at the bottom,
nice.
And you've got that there. And then I think if you do next on Lars, so these are different versions. Lars is testing different versions for me because it's customizable. Ishan's got it there.
I love
the
this.
hiding. So this is the thing. And so what we've got, the way it works at the moment is the main challenge I wanted to solve initially was that whenever I pushed out a change to either the members in the ring or the component itself, which is a web component, I wanted everyone to automatically get those same changes.
Got it.
So at the moment, there are two repos. The first one is just the data. So if you want to add yourself to the ring, you just add a JSON entry to a JSON file with your name and your this is the thing one. This is the data repository, and this gets built to Netlify.
Nice.
And then if you want to display, so basically the JSON is going to be served from a CDN. Cool. And if you want to display the component on your website, you go to the next repository, which is the next tab I gave you. And this is the WebRing widget, which is a web component, which makes a call to the data repo and basically shows a web component on the page. Now, the reason why I chose a web component was that I wanted to be platform agnostic. So we've got some people in the ring who use WordPress websites. Maybe they build their PHP with, they build their website with PHP, or they're in the JavaScript kind of land, or they're just serving a static index or HTML, right? And so I wanted to make it platform agnostic. So you've got these two repos that are updated independently, and when each one is updated, the other gets the same data because of them being served on the CDN. Now, there are two challenges though. Right. The first one is that given what we know at the moment about client-side JavaScript and the kind of the zeitgeist, is that the right word to use? Like it's now,
the perfect word to use. Yes.
It's about reducing client-side JavaScript. And obviously this web component, which is it's powered by a third-party JavaScript script tag to build the HTML. I do provide some fallback right now to enable for progressive enhancement, but you have to just use this script tag to get the JavaScript, because I wanted it to be updated for everyone all the time rather than them having to rebuild their site. So, but at the moment, so people have to add third-party JavaScript to their website in order to get the web component.
Got it.
And there are a lot of people who don't want to do that, and they want to put it on their website and generate it at build time or whatnot.
Makes sense.
And I had a huge conversation with chat today in my stream about what can we do. You know, we're gonna if we're gonna build some kind of automated build process for people, you know, whether using NPX or something like that, but we're gonna have to do it for different platforms because people aren't just using JavaScript for their websites. So I still haven't solved that yet.
Got it.
So there's that one. But then I'm thinking sometimes, let's just YOLO it. It's only 1.9 kilobytes. It's not that much in the grand scheme of things. Let's just have some fun with it. And the second issue was that people want to style their web component in line with their site branding. Because at the moment, it looks like my branding and it looks like the claw.
Fair.
And whilst I do provide dark themes and light themes, it does look like something of mine that's going to be on people's websites. And after much discussion about do we make this customizable or do we add new themes, we came to the conclusion that we still think that the component needs to look the same on every website for that consistency. Yeah. So when you're moving through the ring, you know what to look for.
Right.
And so what's in the process now is I decided to completely abandon any sense of modern design, and I'm redesigning it so that it looks like it's from the 90s.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Oh my gosh. There are just so many things that came to mind with that phrase. Like, are we talking like Space Jam website? Like what are we talking here?
I did actually post something on Mastodon with a screenshot preview of what it looks like.
Ooh,
actually, I can put that in the Twitch chat.
That works. That works.
And so you can all see it.
Oh, you're here on Mastodon. Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you for
there we
having
go. There we go. There we go. So there. No, down. This. There we go.
Oh,
this one. So at the moment, it looks like that. With the background is GIFs and the claw logo.
The Space Jam background, like I'm talking about. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, do you know what? I think it's exactly the Space Jam background.
Perfect.
I think.
Perfect.
And the claw logo at the moment animates color, black and white, color, black and white. But I'm going to do some
can we have it
glitchy
sparkle?
stuff.
It needs to sparkle.
It's going to be all sorts of stuff. So I'm going for like a Windows 98 kind of thing. Because if it doesn't look right on anyone's website, then it will look right on everyone's website.
That's
right?
very true. That's very true. And it fits that certain aesthetic that just works everywhere, and at the same time works nowhere. So
exactly.
I
And
love
so
it.
hopefully people will not pine after I think something that looks like their website if it just looks as silly as this. Because also I want to bring your attention to someone who is wonderful. Her name is Sophie Coonan. She works at Monzo.
Sophie is fantastic.
And she recently did a talk about embracing your own personal websites and using them as a playground at FFConf, and basically just being silly with it and not taking it too seriously. And that's what I'm doing right now as well. If you go to my website again, I'm adding lots of things like that, and you know, let's just have some fun with our personal websites. They don't need to look silly. They don't need to look.
Yours still looks great. So you have a long ways to go to screw this up.
Yeah,
this is still a gorgeous site. You have your work cut out for you. I would steal this site if I could.
But once the Windows 98 web ring component is on there,
perfect.
I think we'll be good to go, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Then we can just lean back and kind of go, yeah, it's fun. It's for fun. Yeah. So maybe I should be using that excuse. It's being like, oh, my site. Yeah, no, I'm not trying. It's supposed to be that bug.
No, but it's like,
it's not supposed to be responsive. It's not supposed to work on mobile. That's intentional.
So I talk a lot about how writing music is exactly like writing code, right? Because you have to know a lot about music to write excellently bad music.
Yes.
To break the rules.
Like satire is
is
like a like a deep understanding of that thing.
Yes. And so, you know, it's not about not trying, it's about trying extra hard to go against the things that we have come to know everywhere, you know, like the 3-column landing page business layout.
Yeah.
This site was that at one point.
I mean, I think we've all kind of started there, like, because it's safe, right? Like, it's the safe thing of like, what will a prospective employer want to see, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But when you get more comfortable with it, you're able to kind of find your own brand, find your own way of doing things. And I think you are one of the people that comes to mind when I think of someone who has their own brand, because, as I said for your introduction, most people know you not by your given name, but as your assumed name, or as the name you've given yourself, right? So I think that is, you know, speaks to just a very strong brand. And then from there, all of your sound effects and and your design and everything are things that I think of when I think of White Panther and that brand.
Well, it's funny because my name started out as a joke as well, so I wasn't even taking myself seriously with that. So it's kind of apt.
We're somehow just getting through life not taking anything seriously, and it's working out for us, Salma.
Yeah.
I don't know
but
why.
do take the donations seriously.
Yes, and it seems like we're doing pretty well. We're up to 5,350, maybe 450 at this point. In like 35 minutes, folks. Y'all are fantastic. Thank you. So I had a question. I kind of wanted to see, is this all you need?
That's all you need to do. Open up a PR to add yourself in that form to data/members.json.
Okay.
And you'll be added to the ring. Preferably add yourself at the bottom, because then you'll be added to the end of the ring.
Right.
But what the component does, every time someone lands on the website, it checks for the host name, and then it calculates the previous and the next sites in the ring anyway. So wherever you add yourself, you'll get the next and the previous correct navigation.
Really
and
clever.
If anyone else has any ideas also about how we do cater for those people who want to build something statically but still get updates to the component, and you know, this is actually my first web component proper that I've ever built.
It's a fantastic concept for one.
Going into that realm, because you know, that's where we live, and that kind of use the platform kind of mantra is coming out more and more and more.
Yeah.
So I'm learning lots, and there's some interesting challenges to solve. So this wasn't even meant to be a big project, but now it seems like it's going to go on for quite a while, because people are getting involved and they like it, and they want to be in the ring.
List.
So
yeah,
it's quite fun.
I want to be in the ring. I'm gonna have to throw in maybe after the show. Maybe after the show I'll do a PR. But right now,
join my ring. Yo,
join my web ring. I love. So I asked Salma, like, what's your topic? And she just shouts back, join my web ring. I'm like, perfect. All right. Like, I love it. Shipping it. Yeah, you got some fantastic folks on here. And I completely agree with the zeitgeist, as you so aptly called it, just in that we're all kind of not spending every moment of our lives on Twitter anymore, and maybe that's also a good thing. Although I think there are some communities that it's definitely a shame what we're losing overall. But I am excited for what we build from here. Like, and I think this is a step in the right direction towards, all right, let's all band together. Let's see what we can do. I don't think we're going to build another Twitter, right? Like, oh, like, let's do that. But we have, we've got some good ideas, even if they are ones that we've gone through already. Let's go back to them and kind of find that community. I love
think
it.
of what you can actually. I ended up on a web ring today on stream, and I was just cycling through finding all these amazing sites. It's
That's
like
so cool.
it's kind of the old time endless scrolling, isn't it? Endless
Yeah.
clicking through the ring. And just to address something in chat, how do you prevent abuse? Spam sites just wanting the backlink. I personally vet every PR into my web ring.
All right, so I'm not going to get on
that
it.
is
Got it. All right, well,
and the
worth a
barrier.
shot.
And so I might say no, but I will check out your site and I will discover some sites. And I will probably, I see Cassidy's in chat, I will probably add lots of inspiring things to my Trello board, because Cassidy always gives me things to put on my Trello board. And we always talk about Trello boards, but I've already done that already when I found all these fantastic sites. So keep them coming and have your own personal site, even if it's just an index.html. Have your place on the web, get a domain.
Yes,
you don't even need a domain if you host it on Netlify, because you can just have your thing.netlify.app, and so it's all fine. And join a web ring. Doesn't have to be mine. Just it's fun.
I love it. Let me bring us back to the 2 cameras, studio mode, 2 cameras. Salma, thank you so much for being here. Happy holidays. Go be with your friends. Go enjoy your holiday. I'll see you in January sometime, and you'll accept my pull request. Chat, let's get the big claps, all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much. You were fantastic. And
good luck, everyone, on the
donations,
donations, and have a great Snowtacular 2022.
Yes. Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye. That was incredible. I'm just going to do a couple housekeeping things. First off, I haven't had a whole lot of time to like chat and everything, so I apologize. I'm a little behind the ball. But yeah, this is the Snowtacular, folks. We go from one person to the next, and we are just kind of cruising through. Your donations are so appreciated. We are doing really well, I think. I don't know what number we should be at right now, but that feels like a good one. Just so everyone knows, this number is the doubled amount. So if you go to the website and it says like half of that, and you're like, why are they lying on stream? That we're taking into account that all of your donations are matched by Zeta and these other companies that we'll be hearing from very shortly. In the next break, we're going to play a video from one of our fine sponsors. But for now, we have to get to Scott Tolinski. But yeah, I just want to kind of explain this. I'm going to be explaining things in 20-second chunks and then moving on to the next guest throughout the night. But let's see what we've got. Let me just get things queued up. Add to scene 1 and then add to scene 2. Crossing fingers this works. Let's see if we have Scott Tolinski. Scott, wrong scene. See, that's what I was afraid of. Hold on one sec, buddy. Remove, add to scene 1. Oh man, it's freezing up for some reason, and I should have went with the electron capture thing. Oh boy. Apologies. I swear it didn't happen last year. 2 cameras, guest camera. Let's go to guest. Work back, 1 camera, 2 cameras. Scott, how you doing? Are you there? Let me unmute you. Hold on. And there we go. We should be good. I apologize for burning a minute.
Hey, gotcha. It's all good.
Oh, all right.
What's up?
All right, we got it. So, Scott, sorry for burying the lead of like, buddy, it's great to meet you. Thanks for coming on. Happy holidays, all that stuff in like my like, oh no, things aren't working. But how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, I had to rush, finish up this SvelteKit course because they had some breaking changes up until like the last minute. So it was
really?
like night before the release, just grinding through it and editing and going to town. And that's kind of one of my specialties is working
Wow.
on this stuff quickly. But still, it's
Yeah.
like I'm a bit exhausted. I am kind of ready for this break. I am approaching the burnout state, and I'm just
Oh my
like,
God.
let's get through it. Let's get through the end of the year, and let's power through, right?
Scott, I can't tell you just how thankful I am for you to be here, man. This is fantastic. Yeah, that's intense, and kudos for still getting out. You had it out like the same day or the next day after the whole like release, right? Is that?
It was live like moments before the release, and yeah,
Wow.
I had gotten word of the release maybe about 2 weeks before it was going to happen, maybe
Yeah.
even like a week. So I went
Wow.
from like have this course be ready, but let's grind this course into completion and get it out in time. Which oddly enough, like the most time consuming parts were adding the metadata and uploading all the videos and like the boring
Uh,
stuff, like not even the fun stuff, right? Because
yeah,
I'm good at the
not the
videos.
stuff that you're thinking. Yeah, I know what you mean. For this, there was so much just like little like, oh, I need to put something in here. Yeah, lots of little things. You originally think of the big stuff like, all right, I need to record video 10, but then metadata is just in the back of your mind, and you always think it's gonna take 2 seconds.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
don't need to schedule any
No,
time for that. That's just a quick thing. No, that's a few hours. You always assume it's
yeah.
gonna be fine.
I know, and I
Um,
had to wake up morning of the announcement and re-record one of the videos because of a breaking change. So it was like I woke up early after like staying all night working on this. I was like, oh, I gotta re-record a whole video now. But luckily, I know the content really well. I
yeah,
built a whole platform on SvelteKit, so like I
got it. You've
nothing was
moved.
challenging for me in the
Okay,
recording of it. It
got it.
was mostly everything else. Yeah.
Got it. Well, in case people don't know, and I'm going to switch over to this, and we've got it working. It's a little bit off center, but it's working, folks. We're rolling with it. It's all for charity. We can't get mad about it. Um, Scott, we've talked a lot about you setting up this course and everything, but if people don't know where this course is, who you are, whatever, do you just want to introduce Level Up Tutorials and yourself real quick?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, my name is Scott Tolinski. I am the creator of Level Up Tutorials. The URL for that is levelup.video. And the co-host of the Syntax podcast, syntax.fm, that I do with Wes Bos. And yeah, I've been doing YouTube and video tutorials since 2012 is when I started
Wow.
Level Up. Yeah, I started Level Up March of 2012, and at one point was doing like 350 video tutorials a year, um, of just a massive amount, and then I hit like 2,000 videos or something, and yeah, so
Amazing.
I
You taught me Gatsby, man. So I appreciate it.
yeah,
You've got some fantastic stuff on there. It's a excellent site if people have not been. But yeah, someone asked topic of interview somewhere in the corner of the screen. Sorry, Whale. That's a great that's on the list. I didn't get to it. We're talking SvelteKit today. So Scott's about to kind of give us a rundown of the new SvelteKit 1.0.
yeah. So SvelteKit 1.0 just dropped Wednesday, which was something that I think we've all been anticipating for a little while, given that I personally launched our site in SvelteKit several months ago.
Wow.
Well, I guess I launched our normal site several months ago, and I've been working in SvelteKit itself for so long now that not only have I released a version of our site in SvelteKit, but then I had time to do a whole redesign of the website in SvelteKit. So this, what you're seeing is like the redesign. This is
Yeah, it
actually
looks great.
this is the local version of the site anyway. So this
Got
is
it.
maybe potentially not the final data or anything like that.
Looks really good though.
But thanks. Yeah, it was designed by Travis Nielsen, who works he works at Google, but Travis and people who have been on the YouTube dev space for a long time might remember him as Dev Tips on YouTube. He and I, kind of came up together at the same time in YouTube, like 2014, 2015, where we were both traveling a lot and doing, VidCon, and he and I just became good friends.
With our friend Ben in chat just said, that's Dev Tips, Travis, right? So yeah, the chat knows him.
Yeah, Travis is the man. He was the type of person who was like really charismatic and lively on video, and I was always super jealous of his videos. So when I got to meet him, it was like meeting your biggest competitor, but also we became like great friends instantly. And so he and I keep in touch, and I've always done the design for Level Up since its inception, and like now. It was really great to pass off the design to someone else.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Cool. So let's dig into SvelteKit. We only have about 10 more minutes left. This always flies by. I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. So SvelteKit is an amazing platform for building full stack applications. What's so great about SvelteKit is that all of the things from data loading to working with forms and just in general, the kind of stuff that you need to do on every single website, everything gets out of the way. And the biggest thing that people say about Svelte in general is that it feels like almost too easy. It feels simple to work in, right?
Yeah.
But what SvelteKit does, or what Svelte does for layouts and whatever, SvelteKit does for the entire full stack experience.
Okay.
So I'm trying to click around here, where SvelteKit basically offers you ways to do data loading in an effortless manner. In fact, maybe it might be even more beneficial to not show you my code, but some of the SvelteKit tutorial code. So this is
can you
this is learn.
Sorry,
you bet.
Cool.
Oh no, yeah, no, you bet. Learn svelte.dev. If there's one thing you've learned from being on YouTube forever, it's that zoom.
Got to crank it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's too much. Okay. So what's great about SvelteKit is that you can hit APIs. You can grab stuff from your database in what are called page files or layout files. These plus, you'll see this plus page.svelte. Well, you also have a counterpart to that, which is plus page.js or plus page.server.js. And those files are where you do all of your API calls or data loads. And then that passes the data directly into the component with essentially no effort on your part. So loading data, we have page data here inside of, let's see, this might not be up to date. Let's see. Oh, my, demos, classic demos, right? Let's
all good.
Let's go back to something cooler than this.
Yeah.
Something.
Yank in chat said the plus looked weird to me at first, but it's growing on me. Yeah, like I'm the same. At first I was like, that's weird, but then I'm like, oh, once I kind of heard about why or just like how it's different, it started to make more sense.
Yeah, let's talk about this plus. So in SvelteKit, folders are routes. So you have a folder-based routing setup. So we have a routes folder, and then anytime you need a route, you have a / whatever your folder is. And inside of your routes, the cool thing about the plus is that now pluses are kind of special files, right? Because you can drop in and co-locate relevant components into your routes folder without having them become routes. So if you have a header component that only lives with the one main layout, you don't have to keep it somewhere else. It can live right there, but it doesn't become a route. And at first I was like, oh man, I'm losing my ability to have index files or any of that. And now you have this weird plus thing, but it does make searching for files really easy. Because if I want to look for any type of page layout or like data loading, anything, you just do plus, and then I can say tutorials or whatever. And it pulls up everything that's relevant, whether that's, these are admin or whatever. So it ends up becoming almost like a search term or a fuzzy find for you to be able to quickly and access all of your stuff. Okay. So you have these page files, and ours, sorry, this is a little messy here. Ours is, I just want to show you this. Okay. Ours pulls in stuff directly from the database. So we have a page.server.ts. This is doing a straight up Mongo call. Page.server.ts is doing this big Mongo aggregation, passing the post information and just straight up returning it.
Okay.
By returning anything from the page.ts files or page.js files, that becomes automatically available as a prop in your component.
Nice. Yeah.
So export let, oh, get out of here, Hover. This gets like trying to be helpful here.
Git
Okay,
lens is
export.
Just,
yeah,
too much.
export let data, and then you then have access to any of your data.post, data.whatever, and that becomes available to you for server-side rendering. And since I'm doing this on the server side, I can check to see if that data actually exists server-side before I'm loading it in my file. So I don't have to do the whole if the data actually exists business, because I already know that the data is in here and it exists. But not only that, because SvelteKit is smart enough, it's all typed. So I import simply page data, and you can see it pulls in all of the page data. And so data actually comes in here fully typed for me as with this generated page data from types. So
does it generate that for you?
Generates it for you, yeah. Wow. And it's attached to every single page route. So I don't have to do GraphQL. I don't have to do TRPC. Granted, TRPC is dope, but I don't have to do either of those things to get type data from my backend to my front end.
Okay.
And I actually took that even further, and I did like a Zod schema for our database, and that same Zod schema validates our data for like Mongo validation, but then it also generates all of our forms automatically for us and stuff. So
nice.
I have this whole thing where it's fully typed, fully generated everything, and it just works. But so SvelteKit, you could load all of your data, pass it into your component, and you get all of it server side rendered without any sort of stress whatsoever. And I found overall working in this to be just a kind of a dream, especially if you come from the world of, former PHP based kind of sites where when you work with data, you expect that data to be just associated with the template. You're not having to think about hitting APIs, returning it. But granted, you can do all that stuff anyways. Now, another sincerely neat thing about this API is the form stuff, which forgive me for like rushing through some of this because I know we don't have a ton of time.
Oh, good. No, I know.
Yeah, but the form stuff is really super good. Let me look for use enhance this code base, and then we'll find it. Okay, so one of the coolest parts about SvelteKit is that they took some ideas from I'm trying to find a non-messy form, considering this is like a dev branch here. They took some of the non-messy things from like Remix. Like some of the cool things about Remix is that they make working in forms feel much more like actual browser APIs. You're sending form data. You have just a post route, right? And that post route accepts data. So in SvelteKit, what you do is you use a normal straight up form element. No fancy. You don't have to import anything. You just declare it method of post. You can drop in this little use enhance, which adds a whole ton of cool stuff for you. But then you just have normal fields and normal button. And what that does is it allows you to send data directly to what's called an action. So an action lives inside of the same file as your data loading. And an action is just essentially a post route for the given route. So if I'm sending form data to /posts/new, that lines up directly with this route. And that post request will then go directly into what is the default action. And that default action is just straight up a function. You can do whatever you want it and then return the data. And then that data gets passed in as a prop into your component.
That's excellent.
And the best part is it all works without JavaScript. So without having this use enhance on here, it functions just like a normal form.
Okay.
But if you want to make it progressively enhanced, what you do is you just drop in this. You don't need any of this equal stuff. You can just ignore that. You can just drop in a straight up use enhance on this. And what it does is it invalidates the data after the form is submitted. It automatically submits the form and prevents default. It passes the data back in as a prop. It will handle any redirects or any invalid or error states if you have those. And it does that all essentially for free. But if you want to do other things like what we have, like a toast system in here, you can step in there and customize it with your own stuff, whatever you want to do. But out of the box, to have a simple form that's progressively enhanced, works without JavaScript, man, you're just using straight up HTML. It's awesome.
That is, yeah, honestly, that's fantastic. I did, just coming from React, where like forms are like your number one, like, all right, so as you're learning React, just know forms are kind of a pain, this and that.
Pain. Yeah.
Yeah. This, like, having so much for free out of the box, this is excellent.
Yeah. And forms in general in Svelte, beyond the stuff in Svelte Kit, are just a huge upgrade from React, because you don't have to, because Svelte really embraces the DOM, right? You don't have to manage your own state for each form element. You can do it if you want. You can bind the value and then have access to that value, or you can have an on change. But I cannot tell you, like, I don't think I have written an on change event for a form input, at least in this code base on Svelte. And honestly,
man.
I don't feel like
it.
I need to.
You miss it, right? You want to come
I
back
don't-
to it?
I don't miss it.
I hear the pain in your voice. You're like, hang on.
Yeah.
No.
The
best
hardest part for me is like not talking trash, because like
Oh yeah.
I worked in React
I'm with
for
you.
so long, and
Yeah.
there's so many things that never felt quite right to me, especially coming from more simple systems in the past. So moving to React, I always felt like things were, it was like, you're doing this way, but I found myself often being like, well, why am I doing this way?
Yeah.
Why do I need to do these extra steps? What's going on here? And with Svelte, I don't ask myself those questions, because it's like, oh yeah, I'm using browser APIs and I'm sprinkling a little bit of extra niceties in here, and it just works. And yeah, so SvelteKit takes a lot of that same simplicity and applies it to the full stack, whether that is loading data, or that's working with forms to send in actions, or outputting the site. You want to output the site to Vercel, you use this adapter auto. You want to output it to Node, you use adapter Node.
Yeah.
And the site just largely doesn't care. It just builds it. You know, in our course that we did on Level Up, you know, we did one
I'm so
video.
sorry, Scott.
Oh yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I unfortunately I have to. Just the
Do it. No,
the
okay. I'll
nature of
keep
the show.
talking.
I would chat with you for another couple hours, buddy.
I'll just keep talking forever.
We,
so.
yeah. I'm gonna disconnect you. You can keep going now. Thank you so much for coming here. I am really excited about SvelteKit. I need to dig into it soon. This site is at, or like the overlay, the actual site that we have for this show is Astro and Svelte. So like I'm a fan. I've got to dig into SvelteKit. It seems like it has some fantastic stuff. But we're gonna let you go. We have to bring in Maggie Appleton in just a sec. Scott, thank you again, buddy. Have a happy holiday, man. Take care.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, and if you want to learn Svelte, levelup.video. New course out now. Use the coupon code Svelte, 30% off the annual subscription.
Nice. Coupon code Svelte. And drop it in chat so that people can use it. All right. Thanks, buddy. See you later.
Absolutely.
Amazing. All right. So, folks, we're going to run a quick ad from one of our fantastic sponsors. This one is coming from Clerk. Clerk, take it away.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying this holiday spectacular just as much as I am. As you can see, I'm very much in the holiday spirit. And with the holiday spirit comes gift giving. This year, I'm gifting you complete user management. Clerk offers a variety of components that you can see on screen right now, including sign in, sign up, user profile, user button, and even organization management. Each one of these components is completely customizable with your favorite CSS library. And if that wasn't a gift enough for you, I also have APIs. These APIs are built to be simple and easy to use and work with your favorite SDKs. I'm talking Node, Go, Ruby, and you can even use them with Next.js as a backend. If you're ready to get started with Clerk, head over to clerk.dev where you can get started for free today. Happy holidays!
All right. Thank you so much, Clerk. We'll be talking more about them throughout the show, but right now, let's head over to Maggie Appleton. Maggie, how you doing? Oh, no, I didn't unmute you. That's necessary. There we go.
Sorry.
No.
Can you
It's
hear
all
me
me.
now?
Yeah, you're all good. You're all good.
Excellent. Okay.
Welcome.
Hi.
How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Good. Thanks. You too. I know. I've loved your show for so long. I was really excited to come on.
Thank you so much. I love the lights. That's
I'm
fantastic. I think
This
I've
is my
got
best
those.
impression
Oh,
of a tree.
it's fantastic. It's actually off screen right now. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Right, those. So those are fantastic. Love it. Impression of a tree. Excellent. Yeah, thank you for being here. I always say that if I could just completely steal, put my name on the top of it, and own someone else's blog, their personal website, it would be yours by a mile. I absolutely love, and like, I'm so glad that you are here to talk about FOSS, the indie web, and I'm going off memory. So let me, what's
Sure.
the title? I'm sorry.
Don't worry. There's many people on this show. You are not required to
Gotcha.
memorize everyone's topic. So I'm going to be talking about the indie web, which I know someone did a few sessions ago. So hopefully I'm not repeating too much.
Okay.
And then specifically web mentions, which is a little bit like comments and replies, but on the open web versus like what you would usually do on Twitter or on Mastodon.
Right. Awesome. Yeah.
Okay. So can I share screen?
Absolutely. Yeah. So go ahead if you, so it should be at the bottom a little cool. So as soon as you do that, I can add you to, add that to a scene.
I'm going to have to close Chrome and reopen, so I'll be back in 1 second.
No worries. I can entertain for a minute. It's all
So
good. I'll just keep an eye on it. No worries. So anyway, as I was saying, what was I going to say? Oh, so we have actually a really great website put together by our team. So we have, she's already back. She's quick. All right. I couldn't even, hold on. Let me add her back to the scene. There we go. All right. Maggie, you are back. Well done. All right. Whenever you're ready, I can add your scene.
Okay. Okay, I am sharing. Can you see a website?
Give me 1 sec. Add to scene. There we go. See this site, just fantastic. Go for it.
Thank you. So this is my website. It is a personal website on the web, very standard stuff. And I really want to, the whole point of like this talk is I just want to encourage more people to build personal websites and specifically build more websites that adhere to indie web philosophies. So you might have already heard about indie web from one of the previous speakers. They are a community. You can go to indieweb.org, read about it. It is pretty much just saying like we should all be using the open web to build websites and to interact with one another rather than closed gardens. Closed walled gardens like Twitter, even Mastodon's pretty open, but Instagram, Tumblr, kind of just things that are out of our control as we are now seeing unfold on Twitter. It's one of those where like it's kind of difficult to gauge whether things really are going downhill, whether it's all fine. Like I don't really want to have to check Elon's profile every day to see if like my social graph is about to
I don't want to check it ever, but yeah.
Ever, right? Like I just don't want to. I just want to know I own my data, I own my content, that it's robust, that I'm not going to lose all my friends and my connection to them because some billionaire decides that they kind of want to like implode the platform we all rely on. So given the current climate,
totally agree.
The indie web is a really great thing to spend your Christmas holiday reading a bit about, researching, because they're a community that just tries to support open web standards that allow us to build personal sites, connect them to one another, have our sites talk to each other, and really expand the blog into more types of content. So rather than just having blog posts, which we're all quite used to, what if you could also bookmark things and have that display on your personal site, or post small tweet-sized updates that are like a tweet but are on your personal site rather than on Twitter?
Right.
Yeah, so the indie web's great. They have this whole site. They've got a wiki. They have principles. You can go read all this stuff. It's all just about open source and being open and using the native web platform to create our own information spaces and our own social networks.
I didn't know that it was like a capital I indie. Like I thought it was just like the term, like it's like I'm finding out that like indie music has like an LLC. It's like no, like we are like I didn't know. I thought it was just like indie web, and it's like what I call my site. It's part of the, but there's an actual thing. This is awesome.
Yeah. Their whole thing. They have meetups. They have a camp every year. So this is Indie Web Camp is this organization that does it. They have really wonderful people who are constantly just trying to promote this stuff. I honestly want to get more involved in it. I only discovered them maybe 2 years ago and was like, oh, I think these are the people who I've been looking for.
Yeah.
So they're wonderful. You should check out the Indie Web Wiki. I also like this post by Max Bock, has done a ton of good writing on the Indie Web.
Cool.
He's a developer.
Yeah,
And
fantastic.
this is a recent post called The Indie Web for Everyone that just kind of talks about why we need it. It goes into the Twitter stuff. This is just a nice recent kind of summary of our situation and how the Indie Web might be able to help us.
Fantastic. I can drop that link in chat, or if someone can find that link and drop it, we'd be very much obliged.
That's a good little Indie Web intro. And yeah, some good examples of websites. So this is Max's website, which I really love. It's really beautiful. And then Chris Aldrich is someone I know from Twitter who hopefully this will load in. His is a good example because it's based on WordPress. So that's a lot more accessible to some people. I know this audience, mostly web developers, people here are probably excited to experiment with building their own site. But if you want to go the easy route, you can use just, I think they have other ones like MicroPub. But it's this I love. Look at this. It's like it's not just blog posts. There's notes, there's photos. You can like have his favorites, his bookmarks. You can just see all the things he's bookmarked. I just love this thinking more creatively about content types on the web. And we're not just saying it's just blog posts. It's like, oh, I could actually have like microcast. It's like a mini podcast. It's just little like audio snippets.
Interesting.
Yeah. See, really good stuff.
Where do you find video falling into this? Because that's where I kind of step back and go, that's the tough one.
Right. That might be more tricky because I know it's like YouTube, like to upload video.
See, like he's got YouTube expensive. Here. It's just that you have to do, right? Like, it's that or Vimeo, I guess.
Yeah. So I think it's fair to say some mix of things. Like, I think it would be unrealistic for us to say we could abandon like the really large media companies that kind of hold up the internet, right? YouTube, Twitter, that kind of thing. There are lots of great services that help you bridge the gap so you can connect your personal website to something like YouTube or Twitter and cross-post. So you can have the best of both worlds.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So that's the whole indie web vibe, is like more diversity of content, owning your own stuff, and then like posting it to your site first and then publishing out to other websites second.
I absolutely love it. It also the reward system is different, right? Because like I find myself, and I'm not proud of this, but I find myself caring about likes, or at least following up to see if a thing did well, right? Your behavior changes once you introduce likes and retweets and stuff like that, where you're like, I don't know.
Yeah. That's definitely part of it. So there are ways to have things like likes and retweets and bookmarks just using the indie web, but you're not beholden to the Twitter interface that's constantly doing that little notifications button.
Yeah, you're not just refreshing. I mean, I know for this, I'm like, are people showing up for this? Like, all that kind of stuff. The bookmarks thing reminds me of, and I'm blanking on the name of it. What was that? Stumble Upon, and then you could like.
Oh yeah.
Right.
That was so good. I missed that.
I don't know why that stopped. Like, it seemed like it was a successful thing. I'm not sure what happened to Stumble Upon, but like. Or no, wait, or am I? There was also a bookmarks one that was like a black and blue logo. Was that the same thing? Was Stumble Upon also like a bookmarks aggregator? I'm not sure.
Stumble Upon was more like get me to a random site, but they were really interesting sites. You might be thinking of Digo.
I'm not sure. Oh, Delicious. Scott's got it. Delicious.
Oh, there you go.
That was the one.
Good.
Yeah. I remember like just having all your bookmarks kind of like hosted there, and it made sense. And then we just stopped using it. I don't know. I think they went out of business anyway. That's what that reminds me of, because like it was valuable to see like, oh, going to see Maggie's links on metaphors, like that's a valuable thing. Right. Because I would go read through all the stuff that you've tagged to, see what's inspired you and to get to your level in a sense, right? So I love that idea.
So like even so on my site, like I don't have that many. This is like my goal for 2023 is to diversify and have more types of content. At the moment, I have things called essays, which are like very long form, kind of classical blog posts. I have things called notes, which are very small snippets, like just small things that aren't really totally fleshed out yet. And then I have books, and I have something called patterns, which are specific to me because I'm a designer, just like me documenting interface and design patterns I see out on the web. So like one is like daily notes pages is a popular thing in a lot of new writing apps. So it's just me kind of like talking about the context of something and then like documenting the pattern, giving some examples.
Cool.
So this is a type of a content that is like kind of specific to being a designer. But you can have all kinds of content types on your personal website. So I kind of have here, right, notes, essays, patterns. But I'd love to have bookmarks, you know, a tweet stream, but it's not tweets, just, you know, updates.
Yeah.
Podcast bookmarks. You could kind of do anything here, right? This is the power of being developers and being able to build what we want. Is you could diversity of content types is something I think we should really explore.
Yeah, I see. Like, do you use? I forget. Do you use Obsidian or something like that?
I was in Rome for many years, and I've
Rome.
now switched to Tana, which is a kind of newer one that's very much based on typed
Just
content.
heard about that. I've heard
Yeah.
only good things. It's that good?
Yeah, it's very good. I'd say it's a bit different to Obsidian because I know Obsidian has a feature where you can publish your Obsidian graph to the web,
Right.
and Tana doesn't have that. So it's a much more of a personal and
Okay.
team-based note taking. But Obsidian's a really good
Team-based. Okay.
option for building your own digital garden, I think.
Interesting. Yeah, it's funny. I took a small detour from planning today just to get on the tunnel wait list. So hopefully it was worth it,
Yeah, nice.
and I
Yeah.
get the invite quickly because
Yeah,
No,
Tana's
it's cool,
really
though.
wonderful.
Tana.
Yeah.
I'll drop just the name in chat. TANA.
Yeah.
That's what it is. But yeah.
Mhm.
And then Obsidian and Rome were the other ones that we mentioned. But that's
Yeah.
cool. Because
Yeah.
I use Reader or Readable or something like that. I forget what.
Yeah.
Let me just hover it. And that's good for like Readwise. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
They're not sponsoring, so I'm not trying to get the name right.
Yeah.
Just for pulling in, you know, like this blog post or these snippets or this highlight or whatever. Like it's really handy there. And I can
Yeah.
see like kind of like an automation into your digital garden or
Yeah.
some kind of thing.
Yeah, I have some posts on digital gardening. So this is like, I won't go off on a digital gardening tangent, but if people want, I have like how to build a digital gardening for non-technical people,
Mhm.
or this one is more like a history of digital gardening. So if you're interested in that, these might be worth looking at. But I think there's a lot of great content on how developers can build their own little garden space on the web. Not just mine. There's a lot of stuff other good writing if you Google it.
Yeah, just personally, yours is my favorite. I love the evergreen and the sampling and all that kind of stuff. So, I'm not trying to sorry if that's making you uncomfortable. I just really enjoy this website. It's got a lot of things where I'm like, oh yes, I would like that. The books, the anti-book section or the
the anti-library.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like books I like the idea of having read, but I haven't actually read.
Just
Yeah.
really funny.
So there's books I've read and books I'm like, well, a better version of me would have read all these books.
Yeah, I think we can all relate, right? Like, like someone's talking about that book at a party, and you're like, I know I should
really
read that book,
this is like
but
an 800-page book on orality and literacy, and I'm like, yeah, like I really do wish I had read that.
Alternate Reality Maggie crushed that book, and she knows all about it. Yeah, and she's great at dropping facts about it at dinner parties. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I should mention the web mentions thing. So digital gardens, a totally good thing you should explore. The thing I was going to just point out a little bit today is this feature called web mentions, which I made a diagram in TL Draw, which is the best diagramming tool. Oh no, it went away. Okay, I had a diagram here about how
that promotion for TL Draw was real short lived. It's like it's the best one. Oh no, it's gone. It lost my diagram that I worked hard on.
Oh yeah. Luckily, that's really funny. Sorry, it was a great diagram. It was boxes and arrows. It was beautiful. Luckily, you can go to IndieWeb's wiki and read about web mentions here. It's essentially comments, likes, bookmarks, and retweets or reposts.
Could you increase the size a little, just like to fill your screen? All good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah. So they define it well: conversations and interactions across the web. So think of the way you can, reply to tweets and everything, but on blog posts.
Got it.
So it might be helpful if I show an example. So here's a post I wrote about this concept of the dark web. Oh, the dark forest. Sorry, not the dark web.
Whoa.
Very different. And then if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see this area here called mentions around the web. And what this is anyone who has linked to this specific post, so this URL, maggieapple.com/cozyweb, it will show up here. So this is like a tweet by someone, oh, I'm gonna have to move it to a different space because I have blocking software so I don't get distracted because I'm that person.
I use cold turkey also. It's so good.
Oh, yeah. But then on
I
times
do that
like
during
this,
streams. I try to open Reddit. I'm like, nope, that's not going to open. Yeah.
Yeah. So someone tweeted about it and they linked to it, and because they linked to it, because of web mentions, I can automatically pull that in and display that here and link to it as well. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Someone wrote a post and they mention it, and then I get to see that person's post and see what they think. So it's this wonderful conversational piece where
it feels like modern comments almost.
Yeah, very like that, right? And they have mentions too, so it only works on websites that have web mentions enabled, or you can use a service called Bridgie that will let you connect to things like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. So anywhere that your stuff is mentioned there, you can also pull those in.
Cool.
Yeah. Important things to note: WebMention.io is a service. So this is a W3C standard. So this is like a whole thing. You could go read the recommendation if you want to get really nerdy about it. Or you can use WebMention.io, which is like the easy version, where you have to do a little bit of work. It's on the IndieWeb wiki to like get your site set up with IndieWeb and web mentions. You have to put some stuff in your HTML headers.
To prove
but then, but once you do, you can sign in here, and you usually sign in with either like Twitter or GitHub. I use GitHub. And then what you can see here is this is just a dump list of all my web mentions to different URLs on my site. So like different blog posts people have mentioned. And the way that we pull these in is I will like share, or we can share my implementation of it is on GitHub. If you want to go to my like GitHub and look at it, it's in a script called get web mentions, and I'll let you read this code yourself because I don't think we have time to go through it. But it pulls in from the WebMention.io API, and it just like looks for that list of web mentions that was shown here, and it just returns it in a JSON with like structured data. Great stuff.
That's fantastic. And I appreciate you having your website open source, because I've definitely been in there, and it is it's a good site. It's good stuff. So
Cool.
So thank you for that.
So let me just
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm chatty. I took up a lot of your time.
Don't worry. I was going to show that like this is how easy it was. I have a little script I run. Oh, and that probably just did some other thing, and it just like loads them and it saves them to a cache. And then there's like a cache.
If you're sharing screen, it's only showing the browser.
Oh yeah. Oops. Okay. Well,
I'll take your word for it.
Probably. Yeah, it's fine. Take my word for it. Go read GitHub. This will like explain things. This is in scripts, and then there's another file in posts where I just have like a data JSON dump. Oh, okay. Well, we can view or anyway, it's just like a giant JSON object, and I just like render that into a component. Like this is like the lazy person's version. It's like you get a node script, it fetches stuff, it appends it to this data document, and then you render it.
So
nothing
you can do
fancy.
It all yourself, essentially.
Yeah, no server functions.
Cool.
People do crazy stuff with GitHub Actions, but this is like my like lazy low-key version of it.
Love it. I didn't know about this. I'm gonna check it out. Thank you so much, Maggie. You're fantastic. Really appreciate you being here. Hope you have wonderful, happy holidays. And thanks again just for showing up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my! Like the 18-minute format. Oh, it's always the hardest part. All right, so we are gonna hear word from another one of our fantastic sponsors. Here's Zeta.
Oh, happy holidays, everyone. My name's Alex Frankor, and I'm head of product at Zeta. As the year winds down, we tend to reflect on what's truly important in life. Doctors Without Borders is a great cause that brings healthcare assistance to whoever is in need everywhere in the world. We're honored and privileged to be able to support this cause with you and the lovely people at Front End Horse Fundraiser. At Zeta, we do our best to bring this level of thoughtfulness into our culture and product. Our mission is to radically simplify the way developers work with data. Through full-text search, database branching, type generation, and premium developer experiences, we want you to think about data instead of databases. Check us out on zeta.io and sign up for our free tier. We're also hiring if you're considering a career change in the new year. Have a great holiday season.
All right, and that's Zeta. Thank you so much, Zeta. We'll be talking more about you when we have time in between stuff. But we don't have any time right now. We are bringing on our good friend, Cassie Evans. Cassie, how you doing?
Hi.
Oh,
I'm very good.
Yeah, can you
How are
shift?
you?
Sorry. Is that okay?
Which way do I shift?
To
This
your
way?
left.
To
There
the
you go.
left.
Nailed
Cool.
it. Crushing it. How you doing?
Hi. Hi, I'm very good.
So good to see you.
I've got a new house and a new office. So I'm like
Incredible.
super excited.
So we are doing a house tour today, I believe, right?
Yeah, this is the new office. Brody's
Incredible.
somewhere. Where's Brody?
Congrats on the house, and I'm just
you.
so happy Brody has a bigger space. Oh, Brody, good job getting in camera. Yes, bud.
You gonna go up? Good job. Wait, we've got some Christmas antlers for Brody.
Yes.
He's so patient.
He's so patient. Oh my gosh. He saw them. He saw you lift those up, and he just sat there and he let you do it. Incredible.
Are you gonna do a little Christmas song for everyone?
Incredible.
Do a
Oh my gosh.
Christmas song.
Oh,
good job.
Wonderful. Good job, Brody. Oh my gosh.
That's his segment.
He's fantastic. We
Smashed
absolutely
it.
love him here. We've if you're new here, we've had Cassie on maybe like 10 times now, maybe like 8, I don't know. And Brody always comes on, sings a little bit. So it's always good fun. Always great to see you, Cassie. What do you got for us today? First off, happy holidays.
What have we got? Yeah, happy holidays.
Yeah. What do you got?
I thought we could do some snowflake animation.
That'd be wonderful. I love it.
It's actually quite like circular. I will explain why it's circular.
Okay. All right.
In a moment. Not the snowflake itself, but
okay.
The what we're doing.
We're gonna go full circle.
Yeah.
Are you gonna share screen?
I am.
Cool, here we go. I'm gonna add it. Yep, I see it. And moving over. All right, there we go.
Awesome. So
nice.
We've only got 18 minutes, right? So I was like, oh, let's do some snowflakes. And then I started doing some 3JS snowflakes, and I realized that the boilerplate of it was just massive. And I was like,
using 3Z.
Yeah. So I was like, it doesn't really work for an 18-minute segment. And then I found 3Z through Front End Horse because David Fitzgibbon came on.
He's in chat.
And he made 3Z.
Yeah.
This because of the boilerplate when he came on your stream being like massive.
Yeah.
So he made it to make life easier. So for everyone that's listening, I love that Brody's in the background.
Licking his chops.
So 3Z makes 3JS easy.
Yeah, it does.
Like does a bunch of boilerplate for you. So yeah, this is our little scene.
Amazing.
Shout outs to David for helping me get this to work as well earlier on. I was like, I don't understand how to add a material to the thing.
Perfect.
And it turned out that the snowflake was like nested deep in layers of snow, I guess.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. So you were importing a scene, but it wasn't like the top thing. You had to like go down until you hit it. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got got our 3JS here, and then we got some other bits, and then we're importing 3Z, and then we've got our snowflake, and then we're loading the snowflake into the scene here.
Awesome. And
so that's like super
the boilerplate is like it's so much shorter.
So
yes.
Great. So yeah, I thought we could just like mess about with the snowflake a little bit.
Love it. Very on brand.
Yeah, I'm basically just like learning 3JS now because I've got bored of my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse being
wheelhouse.
SVG
wheelhouse. A new dimension. Yeah, I mean,
I thought I need like a third dimension.
Yeah.
Added.
Let's explore it.
So yeah, we've like added our snowflake to the scene, but we can add materials as well.
Okay.
So we're gonna do copy pasting because we've only got 18 minutes.
We only have 18 minutes. Yeah, we don't have time for typos.
Don't have time for typos.
I love normal materials. The colors are so satisfying. I don't know why.
It's so beautiful. And then we can add like little. Let's do some orbit controls so we can look at the material nicely.
Nice.
Wee. It's
so
just.
Are you just grabbing it and
grabbing it and
putting
it around?
Perfect.
Yeah. I just really love this 3Z thing because it makes it just does make things a lot more easy.
Yeah.
Especially for like I'm learning at the moment. So if anyone else wants to learn 3JS, I feel like this is a nice kind of place to start.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then also let's add a little light to the scene. We'll add some lights. We've got our snowflake. Add some lights.
Are we
Can't see
getting
those lights.
Is it because of does the mesh normal
Probably
material?
material.
Get,
Yeah, maybe it doesn't reflect.
I don't think so, but that's okay.
We can have the lights there for later though. But a cool thing is I was like, how do I do GSAP animations in 3Z? Because you can do inline animations. It's like part of let's have a little look. Where are we? Inline animations. Here we go. So you can do these inline animations.
Okay.
Where are we? App animate.
By adding to the property, right?
Yeah, so 3Z kind of has like its own little render loop that you can do inline animations in. But yeah, you can just pop GSAP animations in like this, just inside your 3Z scene. And it just works. And like with 3JS, you have to on update, you have to call the render method. So you have to constantly render the new scene. But it's just magic, just kind of.
Why is this working?
That's what I said to David. I was like, why is this working?
Yeah, shouldn't that hit like once? Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think in here, 3Z is doing like a little render.
Got it. So app post load just keeps running. Amazing. This is fantastic. Yeah. Keep going. I won't. Yeah.
I'm also just learning. So like David's in the front end horse thing. You can get him on to explain. I should
really talk to that guy. Yeah. Yeah. No, he was fantastic.
This is me just being excited about a new toy that I found.
It's so good.
Not experting today.
David's sitting there like, I made this. And Rizal in chat, I see you. Thank you so much for helping with the GitHub sponsorship and everything. You were fantastic. Just want to give a quick shout out. But this is so cool. Next.
I'm excited about. So I read this as well. This article on Codrops by Kelly Milligan. I'm just shouting out everyone else's work today, basically.
That's all we're ever doing.
About
standing on the shoulders of other
physical
people.
Material.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna look so
I was
good.
like, well, that sounds pretty good for snowdrops, for snowflakes.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's add like a different material. So instead of our mesh normal material, which is here, let's add a different one. So we're going to do this mesh physical material.
Is that all it takes?
Almost. So let's do a little run.
That's a lot simpler than I expected it.
So this material, the cool thing is that I thought that in order to get transparency, you had to set transparent true and then use opacity. But there's this transmission, and transmission is like how the light goes through the material.
If it changes the path a bit at all, kind of thing, right? Like so
that's thickness, and that does like refraction.
Okay, interesting.
But the article that I read basically said like pop a background texture behind it so that you can see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm about to say like it's tough with white on white.
Yeah. So we've got a little background texture. Okay, but right now, like it's see-through, right? Yeah. So you can see that it's like delicate material, but it's just see-through. And then there's this like magic refraction property. So if you pop thickness on.
Got it. That's okay.
Thickness is the magical bit.
Add some thickness.
And then it does refraction. Look how cool that is.
This is
magic.
Holy
for
crap.
just a tiny material, and then also 3Z making it super easy and taking away all the boilerplate code. Yeah, and then if we move that around, you can just see how it refracts.
Oh, that's great. When you hit the edges, that was really that's really satisfying. That's wonderful.
Good.
So if you show me this, I'm gonna say that's at least like 100, 200 lines of code, right? Like I don't know, just with the effect. But I do get that it is simple at its core. But like I didn't think that you could get that kind of a material in just mesh physical material, just like 4 properties in that. That's really good.
It's crazy, isn't it? And clear coat, that's a cool one as well. That's like some reflective materials, don't quote me on any of this, but some reflective materials have like an upper layer of reflection as well. So like car paint that said in the 3JS docs.
Got it. Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
so there's like a layer, kind of shiny layer on top.
Right.
So clear coat kind of.
Just so you know, whatever you say here, the people in chat will be submitting PRs to the docs saying, no, actually, this is wrong. Cassie says Clearcoat does this.
And roughness is quite
so cool.
And kind of makes the snowflake a little bit more rough, I guess.
Less perfect,
textured. I've just been having loads of fun today, basically. I've been playing around with 3Z.
It's fantastic. But like combining 3JS and GreenSock is just like, that's such a nice combination that I see a lot. Like if you scroll awards or something, it's like, oh, 3JS GreenSock, got it. 3JS GreenSock, like a lot of those sites combine them. It's a good combo. And
it just feels like it would be so much easier with 3Z and GSAP. Like I was so surprised. I got hold of David and I was like, how? Okay, so I'd done a complicated thing. I was calling 3JS's render method like within a tween, and he was just like, yeah, you don't have to do that. You can just pop your tween in there, and then it just works.
I would not have guessed that, David. You are magical. You're fantastic. Oh, and apparently Life helped out with testing it. Life is who did our intro animation for everyone who was here when this started, and you saw that fantastic intro animation. That was Life, and modeled the presents down there, all that stuff. So yeah, he's good with this 3D stuff.
How much longer have I got?
You have, let me check real quick. I think you have a few minutes. We have definitely time for Brody things. Intermission is at 1:50. It is 1:43. You have, I'd say like 6 minutes, 5 minutes maybe.
Cool. We're going to do another little song. Just in case anyone missed it. And then you can have some biscuits. You want to do a song?
3Z made it. Oh, I'll be quiet. Sorry, Brody.
He doesn't want to do a song. He just wants biscuits.
Brody, let me hear you, buddy.
Brody, oh, so good. He dropped his biscuit as he started howling, and he's now picked it up.
It was a sad song. I've dropped my biscuit. It was a blues song. We could tell. For sure. Oh my gosh, Brody is just fantastic. So, okay, now why did it stop? That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Why did it stop?
Yeah. Why did it stop rotating? So we sure. David.
So I thought that if this was in a render loop, that the GSAP tween would just be called over and over and over again.
Got it. That makes sense.
It isn't.
Okay,
it
so
isn't
it's the duration 20.
So
it goes for 20 seconds and then stops.
Maybe it's listening to see if something changes, like if a property changes.
I don't know. I think what we saw in the docs on the second tab in that. So yeah, he's using that app.animate thing. So that gets called every tick, I'm guessing. So I don't know how that intersects with GSAP, or like how to handle
that. I mean, to be fair, I should have really worked out exactly what was going on before coming on your stream and showing something off. But I was just like, I want to play around with a new thing.
your presence, your energy, your dog, all of that is way more giving and everything than like, she's not an expert in 3Z. Get her out of here. So just want to say that.
That's the thing about being an expert in things, is that it's good for people that are listening, but also it gets a bit boring doing the same thing over and over again. So sometimes you just want to mess about.
Yeah. And honestly, I think a whole bunch of folks came in and kind of goes, wow, that was a sentence. I was trying to say a whole bunch of people came in and went, whoa, that's awesome. You got that already with very little code. I want to go put that on my site now. Because honestly, you take so this snowflake thing is or concept is cool. You can do any kind of shape and have it rotate and just have it kind of keep going, because that like app.onAnimate thing, I think that would just keep it moving over and over. I think more people should like throw a little 3D thing on their site and just have it kind of hang out. It's one of those like low effort but still impressive and fun to look at sort of things, especially if it has orbit controls. That's always fun. Like,
Orbit controls are
love a good
amazing.
orbit control, but yeah. and yeah, I've seen a few people saying that I'm wearing my cutesy chit chat hat. I need to put on my learning tech hat, because
So I just pulled up my chat with David, and David says 3Z automatically sets up a render loop for you. So when you update the object with GSAP, 3Z just happily keeps rendering away with the new data. So it's when the object gets updated.
Okay, so you could like loop the GSAP animation and have it just kind of keep going.
Yeah.
Okay,
You could
cool.
do that. But you'd have to do like a repeat like that, and then it would just carry on going.
Fantastic. So cool. Cassie, always appreciate you coming on. Thank you for all your help with reaching out to guests on my behalf and all that stuff. You've just been fantastic with helping to plan this. I can't thank you enough. And then this morning, troubleshooting a bug with the donor list. I think we finally have that going. Some people
down there,
updated it.
that thing.
We have to start mandating some comments, because we still haven't fixed the if it's null, don't show the word null thing. But
no.
or there's a lot of pranksters out there commenting their donation with null. And thank you to Ryan Mulligan, who I just saw donated, and B, and all these people. Thank you. I'm not sure if that's scrolling anymore, but we can fix that, or just not. I don't know. All good. All good. It's all gonna fall apart by the end, but we're like almost halfway there. We're at almost $9,000. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated already.
That is amazing.
But yeah, Cassie, congratulations on the house.
Thank you.
I'm so excited for you. Thank you for coming on. I'm gonna hop off and wish you happy holidays to you and your dog and Ollie and everyone.
Happy holidays, everyone listening.
Take care, Cassie. Thank you so much. Bye. I always love having Cassie on. She is just so much fun. That was fantastic. Almost time to sing Bon Jovi. So we are coming up on the intermission, folks. I'm gonna dig into that intermission time a little bit just to say thank you so much. We are just about at the halfway point, and we're just about at the halfway point here with fundraising. Y'all are just, I don't know, incredible people. I got some dog hair there. That's fine. Ooh, I got a little bit of echo. Okay, cool. No, we're good. So I want to touch on a few things. Just want to run us through some of the stuff I wasn't able to do at the beginning because I had to like rush right into the time. We have a fantastic organizing team. I'm on here alone, but this was a lot of people pulling the weight and doing. But I'm just here to talk, and I'm not doing that well. Huge thanks to these folks: Ryan Trimble, Leaf, Niemczyk. I think I got it. And I butchered your first name. I said Leaf, and then I got the last name right. Life. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know why. I don't know. I was reading. It says Leaf. Life. Or I'll go a bit slower. Ryan helped with a whole bunch of website building and planning and advice and all kinds of stuff. He was in there from the beginning. Life, you can thank for the design and the 3D renders and the animations in the beginning. The present down there, the design, like all just about everything visual. Life had a hand in. Ben has been absolutely essential in the planning and a lot of accessibility PRs and everything, like making sure that our website, this website here, is accessible and looking great, and just helping with all kinds of coding stuff and just lots and lots of advice. So just me going, should I do this? Should I do that? Sponsors, all that kind of stuff. So really appreciate Ben. Mayank helped with the design tokens. I think a couple other PRs just helped with building the website. Really appreciate it. Killian came in with some website bug hunting. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much for that. Brittany, James, Demetrius, y'all helped with helping to get sponsors. Can't thank you enough. Dom reached out to Rizal on my behalf. Rizal, I see you in chat. Thank you so much. Can't do it without our sponsors. So sponsors, thank you so much. I'll be playing an ad briefly. And then Lucy just this morning helped with figuring out this rotating sponsor thing. So really appreciate you, Lucy. Y'all are fantastic. Could not have done this without you. If you haven't seen it, we have a really fun site that Life did the animation for this, and there's a whole bunch of stuff. The schedule's here. We have our sponsors here. Here are your donations. Ben, 500. Thank you so much. Y'all are just incredible, incredible folks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is just huge. Oh my gosh. I know a lot of really good folks. Wow. Yeah. Making me a little emotional. And yeah, so if you haven't already, go to fundraiser.horse. We got the domain. Believe it or not, it was available. Someone didn't already register that. And then you can head to the donate button or just click the one that's in chat. But as you can see, this is half of what we have displayed because all 5 of our sponsors are matching your donations to get us up to 2,000. So what'll happen, to 20,000. What'll happen is once we get, a new donation just came in just now. Mac House, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Every single dollar, greatly appreciate. Once this is over, I'm gonna go back to the sponsors and say, hey, here's how much we raised. Up to $10,000, they're gonna match. So we should, 10,000 is from us, 10,000 is from the sponsors. We get to 20,000 total. So that's how this is working. Just want to explain that, make sure it's clear that you're not like thinking that we're duping you. And Tiltify is the official site that Doctors Without Borders wanted us to use. So I'm not touching any of the money. No one on the team is touching any of the money. This is going straight to the cause, which is a fantastic, fantastic cause. But I'm going to take a quick intermission just to kind of take a little breather, and I will be back. We have Angie Jones, we have Abati, we have Jason Lengstorf, Cassidy Williams, Kevin Powell, Chris Coyier, and Charlie Garard. I am, there's still so much show, so please don't go anywhere. And one more thing before I play an ad and then hop to intermission, please, if you're in a Discord, if you have a Discord, any way you can tell people to come on over and just watch is fine. But if they can give, that's great. But if you can spread the word, I really, really would appreciate it, just to get more folks, because there's lots of good stuff coming. So we are going to hear from our friends over at Netlify, and then we're going to go to an intermission. So I'll be back. It's only going to be like 5 minutes. But I need a little food. I'll see you soon.
Some scientists believe we exist in one of an infinite number of distinct universes.
Where are the variables?
I don't know.
A little bit louder. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, those are features in the break room.
Pixel perfect, you said? Yeah.
All right. Hey, welcome back from the intermission. I'm saying that to myself because I am back now. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Like I said before the intermission, if you have any way to get more folks to come on in, we definitely want to hit this goal, try to raise $20,000 for Doctors Without Borders. But I just appreciate you being here. We have a fantastic guest next. I am so thrilled to introduce Angie Jones. Angie, how you do? Oh no, I didn't. How do you do the C? There we go. Now we're good. There we go. We got it.
Okay.
I'll get the hang of this. Angie, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you, Alex?
I'm overflowing with joy right now. This is just it's just fantastic. And when you said yes, just so happy that you were here. Thrilled to hear from you for the special. So you want to tell us what you're going to be talking about?
Yes, I am going to be talking about navigating code reviews. A lot of people talk about this from the reviewer's perspective, but I'm
Okay.
going to talk about it from the submitter's perspective and how to not get our feelings hurt. You know, our code is near and dear to.
This is I it's going to be good advice that I think we all need to hear a little bit, because I know I can take the things that I create as like part of me, as part of my identity and stuff. So this is going to be great advice. I'm going to actually give you the stage because this is more of a talk than like a conversation, right?
Right.
Awesome. So I'm going to switch you over to here, and it's going to be, let me just make sure that this is, I might need to do a little bit of sound copying. Give me 1 second. Glad I thought of this. You can take that. No, just kidding.
Okay, I want to share my screen too. So let's make sure I can do that.
I'm going to do some quick navigating. Guest desktop. So you are sharing your screen, add to scene 2. Now let me just copy guest desktop over.
All right. Wonderful. Hello, everyone. I'm Angie Jones. I'm the head of developer relations for TBD, which is Block's newest business unit focused on decentralized technologies. If you haven't heard of Block, it's probably because we recently changed our name, but we're the company that makes Square and Cash App, Tidal, Afterpay, all those brands that you love. But enough about me. I'm here today to talk about code reviews. So, have you ever gone on the roller coaster ride where you pour your heart and your soul into your code? You feel really proud of yourself once you're done. You submit it for code review, only to be met with comments that are harsh, they're blunt, sometimes they're downright rude, right? Many of us can relate to this deflating experience. The fact of the matter is that code reviews are a form of feedback, but they often lack the thoughtfulness that would be exercised if critiquing someone on just about anything else. And trying to make every code reviewer be polite and thoughtful is a feat that I simply don't have the energy to take on, right? So I realized a long time ago that I can't change people's actions, but I do have control over my reactions. So I've taken a different approach, and it has worked marvelously on every team that I have been a part of. So, I want to present to you my 10 commandments for navigating code reviews. The first one is thou shalt not take it personally, right? So, you can get nasty review comments for various reasons. And let's be honest and start with the obvious. Some people are just jerks. Yeah. Some people, they aren't trying to be mean, but they may lack the social skills to be able to give feedback in a constructive way. Some people, they thrive on power. They love having the authority to say no, ship or no ship. And then some people, they pride themselves on being brutally honest, and they don't think that their messages need to be softened. Some people, unfortunately, have biases that color the way that they see you. There was actually a study on of GitHub code reviews, and it showed that people are way more critical of code when they know that it's submitted by a woman, for example. And trust me, as a Black female programmer, I've gotten my fair share of rude and patronizing comments when joining a new team, whether it be corporate or open source. But wondering if I'm getting this comment because I'm a woman or because I'm Black or a combination of both is only going to stress me out. And I imagine other underrepresented demographics may have these same thoughts. And I know that a lot of junior developers do as well because they tell me all the time, right? Here's the thing. Dwelling on why you're getting rude code review messages, in my opinion, is a waste of time and energy. You'll only become further frustrated. Now, don't get me wrong, this sort of treatment is in no way cool, but I also don't think fighting each of these reviewers head on will result in the change that we want to see. We'll be the ones who are exhausted and outcast while the meanies are sleeping peacefully at night, right? So, to save my own sanity, I give every commenter the benefit of the doubt. I assume their comment is directed to the code and not to me. Okay? The second commandment is thou shalt not marry the code. And one way to avoid taking things personally is to not become married to it. So I know how much of ourselves we invest into the code we write, right? We pour our time and our energy into what we create. That passion is wonderful. But if you truly want to commit the best solution possible, you have to be willing to accept that maybe the best solution is not the one that you submitted. Gasp, I know. So let's look at an example. Here's an exchange in a given code review. The reviewer says, this is complex for no good reason. You don't have to show off. Less is more. And the submitter says, this is not me showing off. It's a complex problem and thus warrants a complex solution. The reviewer says you can accomplish this same thing with a single while loop. And they say, well, my solution works just as well. You know, I really worked hard on this. Sad face emoji. Now, let's take a step back here. When someone looks at this exchange, you, the submitter, are the one who looks irrational and defensive, right? The rudeness of the reviewer's comments is overshadowed by the submitter's attachment to this original solution. And if anyone calls you out on this, you'll feel even more frustrated and maybe even ambushed. So the third commandment is thou shalt consider all feedback. Once you've learned to detach yourself, it becomes a lot easier to actually hear what the reviewers are trying to say. You avoid going through the torture in your head of why are they being mean to me? Is it because fill in the blank, right? I can't tell you how much stress this helps you to avoid. You can now read past the bluntness of the comment and see what point they're trying to make. You're now free to truly consider it and ask yourself, is what they're suggesting actually a better solution? If it is, thank them and make the change. So let's look at this exchange again. So the reviewer says you can accomplish the same thing with a single while loop. What if you responded, good point. That would be cleaner and remove some of the complexity. Let me rework this. Now, doesn't that sound a whole lot better, right? There's no ego. There's no emotions in this. There's no attachment to the code. It's giving team player energy, right? Team player who wants what's best for the business. All right. Having said that, let me acknowledge that more times than not, you probably do have the most optimal solution to the problem you're solving, right? The fourth commandment is thou shalt articulate your rationale. So when someone suggests that you should change your code, don't automatically assume that the person is right. You worked on this for hours, maybe days. The reviewer is throwing ideas out after seeing it for only a couple of minutes. So you should definitely consider the reviewer's suggestion if you haven't already. But if you feel that yours is better, articulate why, you know, and do it right there in the code review because you want other reviewers to know how thorough you are as well. So let's look at an exchange. You can accomplish the same thing with a single while loop. You say, yeah, I initially thought the same thing, but I have to also iterate through the list. So that led me to this solution, which handles all cases. Let me tell you, I've seen the rudest people change their tune after I make such a statement, right? I've now earned their respect. I've proven, hey, I'm just as smart as they are because I originally had the same idea that they did. And you know what? I might be a little bit smarter because I thought beyond that idea and considered something that they haven't, right? So, this is a sure way to get people to ease off in future reviews. They now trust that you know what you're doing. You've demonstrated that you're thoughtful. You don't just jump to obvious solutions. You're weighing the pros and the cons of multiple solutions, and you're choosing the most optimal one. So that's promotion material right there, folks. You know, you're showing you're about this life for real. You know what you're doing. Now, let's say that you've considered their recommendation. You know that's not the best solution, but they don't think that yours is the best either. What you don't want to do is get into this heated back and forth exchange, right? Because the fifth commandment is thou shalt be willing to compromise. So, after a few messages, if you cannot come to an agreement, it's time to step away from the code review. You don't want to get into this heated exchange that's being recorded for all to examine, right? Again, it's possible to come off as defensive and argumentative from the outside looking in, and that's certainly not what you want. So, obviously, async communication isn't the best approach in this case. So, offer to collaborate offline on the best solution. So you can accomplish the same thing with a single while loop. You say, yeah, I thought about that, but I wanted to do this other thing too. They say, well, there has to be a simpler approach than this. You say, I'm all for the simplest approach possible. Let me find some time on your calendar so that we can whiteboard it out. Now, you didn't crumble. You didn't just take their solution. You also didn't get emotional because you're not married to this code, right? So you're essentially saying, I don't agree, but I'm willing to work together on a solution that we'll both be happy with. And most people will respect and appreciate that. And once you're both looking at the problem and the proposed solution together, you're both more likely to understand where the other party is coming from. And moments like these lead to some great collaboration and innovative solutions. All right. So the next commandment is thou shalt contribute to others' code reviews. If you're always the submitter and never the reviewer, you're going to be perceived as more junior than you probably are. Think about it. The people who are most respected on projects are the ones who are frequently reviewing other people's code, right? And it doesn't matter if the submitter is more senior than you are. In fact, that's even better. Think how powerful you become when you're able to help them see something that they didn't before, or you introduce them to a new technique. This is instant dev cred, right? And it isn't even that far-fetched, right? Experienced folks learn how to do things a certain way. Many times they're not up to date with a newer modern approach because they learned that old trick and that works just fine. But you may be exposed to something newer, right? Because you learned it more recently. So this is your opportunity to teach an old dog new tricks, so to speak. Every time junior developers correct or suggest something in my code, I'm so impressed, right? Even if they're incorrect. Just having the courage to speak up is a great trait, I think. Now, I don't want you to just make comments just to make them. You don't want to add noise to the code review, right? So in the event when you really don't have any feedback, that's perfectly okay. But make sure you're still trying to get something out of the effort. For example, if you're consistently reviewing pull requests, this is going to allow you to see other coding styles, other coding techniques, which in turn can make you a stronger programmer, make you more knowledgeable about the code base that you're working on, right? You start learning how the entire system works together, and then you're able to see and speak on things beyond just the components that you're working on. You'll learn where things are, such as the utility methods that can be useful for multiple components, right? And this will give you better things to contribute in future reviews. For example, you may see someone code something that already exists in the code base, and now you can point that out. Or if it's new code that might be useful as a reusable utility, you can suggest that. Or maybe it's coded in a way that conflicts with the team's conventions. Well, now you're well versed in that because you've been exposed to all of these various parts of the repo. So you see how there's like a lot to gain here, right? So this is an excellent way to level up. All right. 7 is thou shalt treat submitters how thou wants to be treated, right? When you're reviewing code, remember not to take on the same attitudes that you dislike. Just because someone is brutal when making comments doesn't mean that you have to stoop to that level. And I know that this sounds obvious, folks, but I have witnessed levels of pettiness that adults simply should not possess. And if someone just ripped you apart in your code review, it could be pretty tempting to return the favor when you see one of their pull requests come through. Don't do it. All right. Be the bigger person. Stay true to who you are. Comment on their review the way you would like others to comment on yours. And who knows, maybe your charm and professionalism will rub off on them. The 8th commandment is thou shalt not be intimidated by the number of comments. All right. So it's super easy to feel like a total amateur when you have a review with tons of comments, right? And things get even worse when there's multiple comments from multiple people. I'm not going to lie to you. This doesn't look great, right? But don't count yourself out. Remember, it's code. Don't take it personally. If you're new to the project or it's a new language or new framework or something, just chalk that up. This is a learning opportunity. Go through each one of the comments, review them, defend the solutions that you believe are right, except the ones that are better, right? The key here is to communicate. So I had to do this project in Swift, and I'd never used it before. And my first few submissions were riddled with code review comments, even from people who were junior to me. And I was new to the company as well, so I hadn't yet established this reputation. So it became crucial to me that I didn't become labeled as, the emotional woman who doesn't know what she's doing. So I explained my rationale, but in a non-defensive way. So they said, why didn't you just make the functions argument optional and set it to a default value? And I said, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. We don't have that option in Java. Oh, I'll make this change and read a bit more about it as well, right? So this shows that you're grateful for their help. You're not clueless. You're just used to another language. More importantly, you are willing to learn more. All right. Okay. So the 9th one is thou shalt not repeat the same mistakes. Nothing annoys reviewers more than having to tell the person the same thing over and over again. So I've seen code reviews become nastier and nastier when this happens. Here, when you accept someone's recommendation to make the change, I want you to take a moment, internalize why you accepted the change, because that's the lesson, right? Don't just blindly accept the recommendations. Figure out the why. And then your last one is to embrace the nitpicks. There are people who seem like nitpickers. Their only comments are about misspellings or trivial things your linters didn't catch. If you've gotten to this point, congratulations. You've actually managed to write code that your team has no problem with fundamentally. All right. So there you have it, folks. These are the 10 commandments. According to Angie, I keep them with me every team that I work on. They've not failed me yet. hopefully they can be useful to you as well.
That was fantastic, Angie. Thank you so much. Someone in chat, I think it was David, said that this isn't like, you're not just teaching us about code, you're teaching us about life. Like, so many of these things you can extract like from this specific world of coding and just be like, yeah, like embrace the nitpicks, embrace like, you know, all of it. Thank you so much. That was excellent. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. I wish we had longer. I wish we had longer with everybody, but yeah, we got to move on. We've got Ace coming through. Thank you so much, Angie. Happy holidays. Have a good one. Take care.
Holidays. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Oh my gosh, that was wonderful. That was wonderful. Just yeah, as soon as I heard we're getting an Angie Jones talk, I'm like, yes, let's do it. Absolutely. Fantastic. All right, so next up, let me just make sure. I'm seeing Netlify, Zeta, Clerk. We have a GitHub video. We don't have time for it right now. We'll squeeze it in the next one. But yeah, quick shout out to our sponsors of Prismic, GitHub, Clerk, Zeta, Netlify. Appreciate all of you so much. We are going to be hopping in and bringing Ace in. Let's see. Let's make sure he's unmuted. There we go. And Ace, how you doing, buddy? Oh, you're not Angie Jones? Let me click that.
I am not.
I'll change it in a second. Oh, so many little buttons to hit. How you doing? Welcome.
Thank you. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Thank you so much for coming on. Happy holidays. Hope you're doing well.
Holidays.
Chat's blowing up already. I love it. I
Oh,
love
awesome.
it. Cool. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, first, I'm super excited to be here. I just moved to Amsterdam as well, moved to a new house like Cassie. So my background isn't looking as fancy as that.
All
here.
good. All good.
But for the holidays, I'm still wearing like a coat sandbox.
Love that.
So.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. So today I'm just going to be talking about an ecosystem that is basically powered by community and open source.
Awesome.
I mean, I've been paying attention for a bit, and everyone has showed a lot of coding techniques, and it's amazing. But I'll be doing less coding. Hopefully, people don't get bored. But yeah, I just want to show how growth and other things can happen in a community and how it has happened in mine. Basically.
Awesome.
So
that sounds good.
Yeah.
Are you sharing screen?
Yeah, I'm going to be sharing my screen.
Cool. Go for it, and I can add it to the scene.
Yeah.
And we just hit 10,000. We're at 10,390. Halfway there, folks. And this is the halfway mark. Or Angie was the 6th guest, so we're on track. This is happening. All right, adding the scene 2 should be good. And hold on, why didn't that add to scene 2? Guest desktop, 2 cameras. There we go. That's me. That's you. Guest desktop. Why isn't? Hold on. Quick troubleshooting again. Guest camera, guest desktop. Not sure why that stopped working. Scene 2. Sorry, I'm at a bit of a loss here.
Can you see my screen on your end?
I can. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just not getting added to this thing, and I'm not sure why not. It was just working for Angie. I'm sorry, I'm just baffled. This has been going so well. And
no worries.
So I'm just I'm gonna add that there, remove it. I'm so confused. Sorry. Scene 2, room, yep. That's all working. Studio mode. All right. Do you want to send me the link real quick? Because I don't know.
I'm going to be sharing multiple tabs.
Okay,
that's
got it. So
I could redo it, like cancel and share again.
Let me see if it's something where it's like underneath. No. Why? Okay, think. Why is that? No. I'm gonna hang up. Try sharing again, just in case.
Yeah, just did that.
User. Yeah. So if you toggle it, let's just try that.
Okay.
Sorry about this, folks.
No worries. Sharing again.
All right.
Window share. How's that?
There we go. Okay, so that did it. All right. Turn it off and turn it on again. Go. Perfect.
Yeah, always.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, just to get right into it, I don't know if anyone paid attention to the recent Octoverse, that's GitHub Octoverse. I'm always very excited to see it every year. And one thing that stood out for me was in the fastest growing African developer communities. You would see here, let me see if I can zoom in a bit.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Perfect.
So yeah, Nigeria currently has like the most highest numbers, I think, of developers on GitHub. And at the same time, also the fastest, like the highest percentage increase, which is like quite impressive. So I wanted to just give a little bit of insight into why I think that is happening and some of the organizations, communities that are also powering that. So the reason, the topic of my conversation, because it's going to be a conversation with you today, is basically like an ecosystem that is powered through community and open source, right?
Perfect.
Yeah, so the story, at least from my perspective, starts like about 5 years ago.
Cool.
Where I actually started exploring open source stuff. So I wanted to, I reached out to a Unicode developer, which is Prosper. I don't know if you know him. Like, I want to start doing like, more global stuff, like more high impact engineering, so to say. I was like, oh, just check out like some projects on open source, like learn how they build stuff and, get to meet and connect with different people that are, very intelligent and the likes. So that's when I dove proper into GitHub and I started seeing amazing projects. And I realized that, wow, even people in my community in Nigeria were also building open source projects, but they weren't, I know, right? But they weren't so visible. It felt like something that nobody does, especially in that region. And it was just like from the West and the likes and Europe. So I was like, oh, I started meeting people that were actually building a lot of open source projects. And I wanted to change the narrative. So that led me to start this repository called Made in Nigeria repository. That's about 5 years ago. Yeah. So right now he has about 200 plus projects, all from Nigerians. And the criteria is specifically that this project solve a global problem. So it's not just about local, open source projects that address stuff. Yeah. So every single project here, like you can use it if it's connected to your project. Like everything is designed to be for global use. I think the most popular one that most everyone would know already is Chakra UI. So if you've heard about Chakra UI, it was built by Nigeria. I think it has 30,000 stars right now. Like so many people using it. And so that these are the kind of stories that we want to share with like people like me, people in Nigeria, right? That figure out how can they build for the world and not just local stuff. So most of the time when people find out about this project or this list, they're like, oh, I can't believe that people like me, like someone that's living down my street or living right in the same local government is also building something that is this popular or this useful for so many people. And that's like the entire purpose of this, right? So
that's fantastic.
Yeah, and the reason I'm also sharing this is that, for example, bringing this to life from just this README on GitHub also required a little bit of community contribution. So this is the website. Let me zoom in again. And this website, although we have a new one in the works, was totally built by someone else. Just like, oh, I love this project. I'm going to make my own contribution to it as well, which is basically the entire concept behind the growth of our ecosystem, like people making contributions like this to make progress for other people to also see. So thanks to this person called Olaolu, people can also just come here to find out what their favorite creators, let me say Unicode developer, have built recently, right? Or what open source projects are they running? And you're able to like go there to either make your first open source contribution because you're able to connect more with the person or send an email or just reach out to them directly, like, hey, I'm trying to figure out how to make this open source contribution. Can you help me?
So here I'm searching for a user. That's what I'm doing here.
Yeah, you can search for a user. You can search for
projects.
For project. Let me see, PHP. Literally, like even Chakra UI, I think. Yeah, so you can literally find every single thing. And every single one is built by Nigerians. And I can't count so many times that people have been like, oh my God, I didn't even know this existed. Including like people from different parts of the world, right? Oh, this is a great way for us to like find developers from Nigeria that we can work with, or these are people doing great stuff, right? So this is like a very old version of it, but the entire project has grown tremendously over the last few years. So I wanted to show as well, like it's also been added to like the Made in Africa collection on GitHub. Check it out. I know, right? And my favorite part is that it's actually also being updated. And the eventual goal is to be able to tell the stories, right, of people that also build this project. So if a new person that wants to learn how to code, how to do open source, is like, how do I get started? We want to be able to tell the story of, well, this is this creator, creativity. How did this person? How were they able to start building stuff, right? Because these stories will be more local. They'll be more like relatable, and definitely inspire like a whole new generation of developers that also want to like learn, improve, and I mean doing this through open source, which is the entire idea of the project. It's been an amazing journey. I think we have about 112 contributors that have found, yeah, they have found like different projects on their own. So this is way bigger than me. I'm just like the conduit.
I know that feeling, man. Yeah, right. Just you're just talking about it, yeah.
Right, I'm just like the conduit. Like, yeah, I want as many people as possible to find out about this. Not just the projects themselves, but also the people that are behind them, because they are like very talented individuals. They are an inspiration to like a ton of people, and more people can relate, learn from them, and also contribute to this project. And aside from myself, when we look at the actual Nigerian ecosystem and why it's growing at a 60% rate, right? It's because of communities like Open Source Community Africa, which I also wanted to just highlight. Like, I think there was earlier this year also, there was a festival, if you're heard of it, Oscar Fest, where different people there came over to like speak and just share this experience, share their knowledge about open source stuff. And the way the community has grown is that everyone shares knowledge like freely through communities like this, or like just public talks and the likes. So because of communities like Open Source Community Africa, and especially Code Africa, who is like very focused on women in tech across Africa, we get like a ton more people that are able to break into tech, able to like get support, get mentorship, and also just find, I mean, it gets difficult, right? Because I mean, I've been through it myself. Sometimes it just feels like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. These people are able to set like a career path, a process for you to like even get into like, if you follow these steps, these are things that will happen. If you need help, this is the community that's available for you. And I just find like all of that very inspirational, because it's just bigger than one person. And apart from the internal effect that it has, it also positions Nigeria as a whole and Africa as a source of incredible talent and resources. So basically, we moved from an ecosystem of consumption, or we just let's use Vue library, let's use React library. We are building resources where people can also look into like, oh, let me try this out. So it's amazing, and it's also very impressive, because it's a whole lot of community. And I feel like, I mean, thanks to our population, more people are breaking into tech, and I just want more people to also get to see this, know that there's people like them building amazing stuff. There's opportunities for them to break into it, and there's also resources that they can use to get started as quickly as possible. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share today.
No, but like, so what you said about sharing the stories that someone down the street is in tech, someone that I know is in, or like this person didn't go to college for a computer science degree, right? All those perceived walls that people have, especially kids. Like, if kids don't know anyone in that profession, they don't grow up around that life, it's hard for them to see themselves getting into that career. And initiatives like these really help to, like, as you said, with eventually sharing the stories and everything, that helps, right? Like, oh, this person was just like playing around on computers. I do that all the time. Like, I'm interested in the same stuff that this person was interested in, and they just started down this path. I can do that. It absolutely changes the game, and it inspires a whole new generation of folks to pick up a keyboard and become nerds like us, right? Just to spend way too much time on websites like the rest of us. But that's excellent, man. That's life-changing for people, because as soon as they see someone like them, someone in their same situation doing it, it's possible.
Yeah, and what's even amazing is, like, every time I share this on Twitter, everyone just drops in like, oh my God, I can't believe, like, there's actually an impact, like an instant impact on just discovery. Like, I did not know this exists. I can't believe this exists. And I'm very happy that this exists for me to like look into and get to meet people. People discover different talents from there. And I think for the next steps as well, we basically had a designer contribute like very fresh new designs, like just improve the entire UX of it. Because this is what, 3-4 years old. And so that would even help us to, let me see if I can share that.
Yeah.
This could help us to.
Is this an exclusive? Are we getting a quick? There you
Yeah,
go.
I think this is the first time I'm sharing online. So yeah.
World premiere chat. World premiere.
Just give me a sec. I'm just gonna log in.
Oh, good. Love it. No, this is a fantastic initiative. Like when you sent the idea to me, I love the community aspect. I love like the technical aspect and just getting all these people to submit. And it's just one of the best parts of open source is how approachable it is, how it can get people involved in communities and involved in coding. So yeah, this is just such a great project, Ace.
Yeah, opening it up in a sec, and
No worries.
I'll drag in here. It's really amazing. All of this is like just a designer just came in. Oh, I would like to make an update to this. Let me zoom in. There's a mobile view. Let me share the text. Like it went all out, and for me personally, I think this is the power of community, where someone can see that there's a project that is providing value.
That's this entire show. Like this entire show that you're on right now is put together by community. So I know exactly what you mean.
Exactly. And it blows my mind because every single time, even when I'm like slacking, I'm like, this is way bigger than me. And I just want to continue to share this story. So, I mean, if you compare this to what we had in the past, it's like, there's a huge like UX difference, just making people more discoverable, being able to highlight like individuals, make the projects easier to find. Let me see. Yeah, and being able to like share individual stories, like, oh, meet this person. This is why they started learning how to code. Just personalize it. Yeah. So I'm super excited, and I just always want to see the opportunity to talk about it because it's bigger than me. Like I've said like 1,000 times. And as many people as possible that can find it, it's like definitely gonna be great.
Yeah. How do people get involved? Is there a Discord or is there?
Oh yeah. So a lot of the conversation happens on Twitter. But because we have like pull requests being sent in. So if anyone wants to contribute, I think there's a link here.
Awesome. Yeah. So madeinnigeria.dev is that it? Can someone drop a link in the chat? Thank you so much.
Madeinnigeria.dev, and it's also on GitHub. I mean, that's where we're sourcing it from. Isgate/madeinnigeria. Any update you can send it PR, and you can just take time, just go through it. The website makes it easy to find, like, for example, say I want people that are good with Go, say Golang, I'm able to let them say Go. I can easily find developers that build like open source projects around Go, and it's a way to connect with individuals that use the same technologies that you do, and I think that's like very impressive.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I have for you today.
Man.
I hope. I hope everyone in the audience also enjoyed it and figure something out because it's very impressive.
Great. No, I'm sure so many people did not know about this, and now they have this resource. Not only the resource, but also the inspiration to be like, look around your own community, find how you can. Like I'm a big believer in putting other people up on pedestals and not just trying to get all the attention, right? But being like, look at this cool thing, look at this cool thing, and that's what this is, right? Like, this is you saying like, I am lucky to be surrounded by these fantastic people. I want to tell more people about them. And so
every single day I'm like super impressed. Like I mean, take a look at it. I don't think I haven't anyways, built any project that's as amazing as this, but I get to share with people like
Chakra is incredible,
like someone I knew down the street or something like that built this.
Yeah.
that's amazing. So
so empowering,
That's the goal.
Awesome. Ace, thank you so much for coming on, buddy. Happy holidays. Hope you have a really good one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for doing this. Thank you everyone for raising the funds. It's gone a long way, and very appreciative of everything. Thank you.
Take care, man. Thanks again.
Cheers.
Bye.
Yeah.
Awesome. That is such a cool project. We're actually on time. We're on time. So we have are we out of ads? Oh, we have a GitHub ad to get to. So here we go. GitHub. Thank you for sponsoring. Thank you for matching these donations.
Codespaces gives you back all those hours you used to spend configuring a new dev environment by letting you spin up an IDE of your choosing in the cloud. That means you can start coding right away. With Codespaces, you have a personally tailored, extremely fast way to contribute to multiple projects and then painlessly switch between them. In fact, we like Codespaces so much that we use it to build GitHub's core service. With policies, Codespaces provides organizations a secure and ready-to-code environment that can be managed at scale. And because each Codespace is isolated in its own virtual machine, it's easy to ensure your code is in compliance. To learn more, check out this link.
All right. Thank you again to GitHub for sponsoring. Seriously appreciate you coming through. Just in the nick of time, really. I was going to say last minute, but that makes it sound not perfect, but perfectly. GitHub, really appreciate you. Huge shout out to our sponsors. Once again, they are half of this 20,000. So as soon as the people raise 10,000, they match with another 10,000, and we're doing a fantastic thing for a wonderful cause, Doctors Without Borders. But with that, we are getting to our next guest. I'm thrilled to have this guy on. He's usually hosting like this, but we get him on as a guest. Please welcome Jason Lengstorf. Jason, how you? Okay, that's not how I do it. Let's try this one more time. Jason, how you doing, buddy? The build up and then love it.
Look, you know, I honestly, if I had to watch me on stream, I would want to watch a blank window instead.
You actually put a donation in, and then you said, "Please don't show me." I'm like, all right. I mean, he did donate. So, how you doing, man? Happy holidays. Thank you for coming.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Of course. So, what are we talking about? What are we chatting about?
So I thought it would be fun, because it's been on my mind lately, to talk a little bit about how something like what you've put together here, what I do with Learn with Jason, actually comes to be in OBS. So
Nice.
I thought it would be fun to just start with literally nothing,
Cool.
and let's see if we can build a little mini overlay in just 10 minutes or so.
Love it. Are you sharing screen?
Let me start sharing my screen here.
Sounds
This is
good.
going to be interesting. Let's go
hope it works
screen
on
one.
my
Here we go.
side. All right, let's see what we got. Hasn't come through yet, but that's.
Oh wait, open system. Oh no.
Oh, is it the Mac thing? Did you just get a new
You better
computer?
not make me restart this computer.
Is it? Did you just upgrade to Arc or something?
I'm on Arc.
That's
and
what.
it
Yeah,
is
yeah.
absolutely going to make me leave and come back.
Oh, good. I'm here to entertain the group, if
All
you
right,
will.
vamp. I'll be back in 1
All right,
minute.
cool. Sounds good. So yeah, Jason is going to be telling us a little bit about. So OBS is what's kind of running this whole thing. So all this stuff down here. I mean, that's what we're going to be kind of building in just a second. OBS is how streams are typically run and everything. So it's going to be cool. So if you want to run a stream, just know that you can do it with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, like Jason is about to show us. I'm going to give a quick, celebratory, holy crap. We are at just about not just about the halfway point. We're past the halfway point. We're on to our sixth tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're on our sixth tree. We're trimming that tree. All right, here we go. Jason is back. I can stop talking, and here he is. There we go. All right. Chat's like,
All right.
oh my God, Jason, hurry up. Please come back. This guy. So yeah.
This guy.
Make him stop.
All right, so let me pull over here the basics of what we're looking at. So this is OBS, and OBS it's short for Open Broadcasting Software, I believe.
Yes.
Let me pull up obsproject.com, and we'll show this for just a quick second for what this is. That's the wrong thing. This is the thing I want. So here is OBS. You can download it on whatever flavor of thing. And what it lets you do is just put together composite things that you can then stream or record or use as a virtual camera or whatever you want. So what I want to do is I want to take one of these and turn it into an actual scene that we could use to stream to Twitch. So I want to do it with HTML and CSS. So I'm going to make a new directory here called, let's call it Front End Horse Stream.
Perfect.
Cool. And then we'll get in here, and I'm going to initialize this as a new project, and I'm just going to use HTML and CSS actually. So why don't we touch an index.html, and then we'll touch a styles.css, and then I'm going to open this whole thing in VS Code.
Nice.
And so what we're going to do is I want a kind of a basic layout here. And a lot of this stuff won't matter because it's going to be through the OBS browser. So like the title and stuff doesn't matter. So I just do things that help me remember what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I see this in my browser during testing, I'll kind of see what's going on. So what I want is in here, we want a kind of a main section. And in that main section, I want to show my video. And so we'll make that a div with a class of video. And then we want to do the main screen. So we can do one with a class of screen. And that's, you know what, that's going to be as much as actually one other thing that I want to do is going to be the lower third.
Nice.
So we want to add some overlay. So let's kind of start with how we want this to work. So the way that I would do this is I would open this to the right here, and then I would collapse this down, and I'm going to, first of all, include it. And it's going to be styles. So we'll save that. And now if I just run this, and so I've got the Netlify CLI installed, so I'll just pop that because it'll auto detect the thing. And then if I go to my browser, which I minimized down here, there it is, and I can open up localhost 88, and we're going to see literally nothing, and that's okay because that's what we've built so far.
I'm like, uh-oh.
So
you nailed it. It looks great.
Actually, what I can do is I can pull this down to the bottom instead, and that'll make it a little easier for us to kind of do this whole thing together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by making screen, and let's actually make them all .video and .lower third. We want to make all of these position absolute.
That's the best part about
because we're going to hard code all of this, right?
Yeah.
Like we know what the output resolution is going to be, so we can force this. So I'm going to position relative this one, and then I'm going to make it. We'll make it a height of, let's go with 1080p, so 1080 pixels, and that means the width needs to be 1920.
Yeah, that's it. I've typed those numbers a bunch in the past few days. That's exactly it.
And so then what we can do is I'm going to make the background. Yeah, let's do a background here that's like red, and then we should start seeing what's going on. So I then go in here and just kind of set one of these to be the 1920 by 1080, and you can kind of do a little zoom out thing to make that work. And you can see there's already a couple weird little things that we're doing. So I'm just going to do the basic reset. We'll do a margin 0, a padding of 0, and fresh over here. I don't have live reload or anything set up. And then the other thing I'm going to do, which might seem like chaos, is I'm going to actually overflow hidden this. Because again, this is set at 1920 by 1080. I don't want it to scroll. So we're just going to hide everything that's not there. And then the next thing I can do is I can decide what I want this to look like. So the first thing is the lower third is going to sit at the bottom of the screen. So it's going to be bottom 0, left 0. We'll go with a width 100%, and we'll give it a background of, let's just do blue so it's easy to see.
Nice.
And we didn't give it a height. So how tall do we want this to be? I don't know. I would typically go with something like, go with a height of maybe 200 pixels. Here, refresh, and now we've got a lower third. Perfect. And so in our lower third, we can start doing something like the title of our episode, and this will be like test scenes in OBS with HTML, right? So then if I kind of throw these out, you can see this is starting to come in, and that's doing what we want. And then maybe I want to do my video is going to be in the top right, kind of like we're doing now. So my video is going to be also let's go top 0, right 0, and we'll give it a width of, I don't know, say 500 pixels and a height of 100%. And then we end up with nothing because I didn't give it a background color. So let's give it a background color. We'll go yellow. This is going to be the most difficult. This is going to be hard on the eyes, everybody. Yeah.
This is why I go like Dodger blue and those because the defaults are always, whew. But yeah, it's about the lesson. It's not about the style.
Yeah, and so then you just kind of end up like playing a little bit until it feels about right. That looks about screen resolution. This looks like it'll be okay if I crop it in, and I'm feeling okay about that. So what I'm going to do then is I'm actually going to make this transparent instead. And you can just leave it default, but I want that to kind of go back to nothing. And then I want this one to be, that's more of like a guide for me. So what I'm actually going to do is instead of doing background yellow, I'm going to do a border left of like 2-pick solid black. And so now I've kind of got this basic setup of what I want to do, and I can put this into OBS now. So I'm going to go into OBS, and I've just created a basic scene. So I created new here, named it overlay examples, and right now it's blank. So I want to add my scene. So I'm going to go in here, do a browser source, and we're going to call this overlays and hit OK. And then it's going to give me the option to put in a browser, and you can use localhost. So I'm going to do localhost 8888, and I get to set my resolution. So 1920 by 1080. And when I hit OK, you can see now that it's actually showing me what I want. And then I can come in here and do a little bit more. Let's do a video capture. So here is my video capture device, and I can do, well, I'm just going to leave it default. Yeah, and I can select one,
the camera or something.
Yeah, so I can do one from here. This is actually a fun thing now that I've got continuity cam. I can use my phone camera, right?
Isn't that cool?
And it's gonna argue with me. Fine, we won't do that.
That's the best.
We won't play that game. We'll do this one instead. So this is my Camlink 4K, which is the one that I use for streaming. You can use your MacBook Pro. In fact, why don't we do that? Because this is all you need to get streaming, and we don't need to make it look fancy. So let's use the FaceTime HD camera. So this is my MacBook Pro camera, and so I can then just kind of like resize this a little bit. And you see how it's got this guide here that shows me how far away I am. So I can just rely on that to get to. Oh wait, I'm resizing the overlay.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's get to the video capture device.
That always happens though. It's not really clear. Like you'll click on it and it'll go through with a click. It's always
like, yeah. It's like, I'm helping. This is what you want to resize, right? It's absolutely not what I want. So now I've got my video in here, and it's the right height, but it's too wide. So I'm going to hold Alt and drag the sides in until they feel about right. And I'm going to move them over. Okay. And then I'm going to move this under the overlay so I can see my border.
Yeah.
So I'm going to drag this in a little bit more. All right. That feels still a little bit too much, like that. And then my border is right there. Close enough. I'm now happy. So then I can come in and I can grab my scene. So I can do Mac OS screen capture.
Nice.
And it's going to let me just grab one of those. This is going to get a little bit weird. Let me maybe.
It's always good.
How do I want to do this? I can maybe I'm going to do a window, just so that we can do just the one. So then I'm going to hit. I do just the OBS scenes. Yeah, fine. That's going to be fine. So I'm going to hit OK, and then this gives me my actual scene. And now we're actually looking at what's going on the computer. So as I mess with this, it'll show me more of what's happening. And so because I have changed this, I can actually go to a website, and now we're kind of looking at what I'm showing on my screen, and I can come in here and start making some edits. And let's say I want this lower third I need to drop this below the overlay. So it's all kind of layered, right? So I want this to be a little less headache inducing to look at. So let's make the background black. How are we doing on time?
We
like
have
2 more minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right. So we're going to do the absolute bare minimum here of one of these. We'll give it like, and then we'll do a sys font. Does that, nope, that one doesn't work anymore. So font family, and we'll do system. One that works.
Sorry, Cassidy just said, stuffing my face with broccoli until my talk starts.
Okay, so I got the wrong font, but we'll leave the font out.
Good, yeah.
But so here, right, you've got a pretty decent way of pretty quickly setting up something that's workable, and you can take this live, you know. So we can another thing that I'll do is I'll kind of like transform, and we'll say stretch to screen. Nope, that's not the right one. It's transform and then fit to screen.
I think
there we go.
Yeah. Oh, and then you'll
then once I do one of these, now I'm looking at everything that's in the screen, and if I start resizing this, it looks a little bit better. So there's a lot of ways to approach this that'll make your life a little bit easier, and you can kind of customize. So showing a desktop is usually, you know, for me, that's the easiest way because I'm pulling in different windows and I just have 2 monitors. But if you need to control what's visible, you can do, you know, something like this. And all it takes is a little bit of HTML and a little bit of CSS, and you can be up and running with a custom designed stream overlay. And that's what I wanted to show today.
Jason, awesome. Thank you so much for running us through that. I think the other benefit, like chat, if you're out there and you're like, this is cool, I didn't know this, but I'm not really into streaming, the whole live thing, or like I don't want to do that. The other thing that you touched on is just recording. I think OBS is overlooked for its recording powers, and like it's so like if you're going to give a talk or anything like that, you can absolutely set your whole thing up and just set up your own recording overlay and record videos and not have to do that in post. You can just do it right out of the gate.
The other really fun thing you can do here is this virtual camera. This becomes a webcam that you can use on Zoom calls, in Skype, in Teams. So if you go in and build a cool scene, you can add a soundboard. You can add, you can get like face cam software so that you can replace your face with some celebrity or something. Like there's so many fun things you can do in here that are, even if you're not streaming or recording or doing anything, you can just troll your coworkers, and it's so much fun. So I would highly recommend, like, goof around with this. This is such a fun way to learn about some HTML, CSS overlays. It's a fun way to learn about kind of audio, video, goofing around, and it gives you a whole new playground that's pretty fun to mess with.
Yeah, it's free. The interface has gotten a lot better in recent years. It's a lot more stable. Highly recommend people. Like it just feels like one of those skills that's good to improve your game on a little bit. It comes in handy. So Jason, thank you so much for coming on, man.
Of course, thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate you so much. And congratulations on the new setup. The whole the camera looks fantastic. Congratulations on the career change too. I'm really, really excited for you going full time on Learn with Jason. Can't wait to see what comes next, man.
Yes, everybody come please hang out with me, because now I depend on it for my dinner.
Yes. So follow Jason or else. But the or else sad. Is exactly. Yeah. It's an or else for Jason, not for you. So Jason, thanks so much, man. There's a certain I have a broccoli talk next, so I'm gonna have to go to that now. Good. That's what you wanted for her topic. I had to oblige. But Jason, happy holidays, buddy. Take care, all right?
Happy holidays. See ya.
Thanks again. Bye. That was fantastic. All right. Our last sponsor, but it was also our first sponsor that makes this entire thing possible, is Prismic. I work at Prismic. The fantastic folks at Prismic have let me work on this project, have just done so much. Prismic is such a fantastic company, and a fantastic product. I'm going to bring it up real quick if I can click here. And I am the video here. So if you are looking to ship a headless page builder to your clients, if you need to unlock your editing team from having to do lots of developer updates, having to bother you all the time and say, hey, we need a new page. No, you are going to go to prismic.io, tell them Alex sent you, and basically use the power of slices, which are these fantastic page sections that allow you to then ship a page section to your editing team. They choose what they want. They fill in the data, they hit publish, and then your content goes from our API to your Next.js or your Nuxt app, whatever you're building with. And it just makes the end. It gives you Next.js or Nuxt, and it gives your editors the page building experience that they want. So it's the best of both worlds. Check out Prismic. Thank you to Prismic for sponsoring and for letting me do this, for making this entire thing happen. So fantastic company. We absolutely love Prismic. Yes, and our site is built on Prismic. All the content, well, not all the content. That content isn't, because it's, it's fetch. But this content is. The site's built with Prismic. We love Prismic. Thank you. Now, we have a fantastic guest, one of 12 fantastic guests, but we're going to bring her in. Welcome to... Yep, that's... Okay, I'm really behind the ball. Hold on one second. I'm going to do this again. We're going to do a double take because I didn't do any of the things that are like preparing you to come in. So we're going to do a second take. All right, we have a new guest. Please welcome the fantastic Cassidy Williams. Cassidy,
hey,
how's it going?
Hello, everybody.
Second time's the charm. The first time didn't happen. How you doing?
Good. I truly was just like rinsing my teeth, like, I really hope there's no broccoli in it.
See, that's what I thought you were bringing the broccoli like as like a, this is the new style coming into 2023. We are bringing that energy in. It's all about showing off that you eat your vegetables. Like
I do good. Occasionally eat a meal. So
nice.
Watch out.
Sick. So what are we talking about today?
We are talking about Astro, the web framework. And also, whenever I look over here, it means I'm looking at the chat. And so if people are just like, why is she tweeting on the side? I'm not.
She gets bored. She's just like, oh yeah, Alex, that's a cool story.
She's
just a window to her left. Is all it is. Yeah. Things on the street are more interesting. No, all good. Yeah, Astro, big fan. Can't wait to talk about this.
Yeah, it should be super fun. And hopefully I am able to share my screen. But it's also very exciting that we've gotten so many donations so far. I remember last year the donation goal happened like right as mine was starting.
Yes.
And I was like, why talk?
So chat, don't let Cassidy down. Get us to the donation goal. You were 11th last year. You are 9th this year. So might be a little different, but still, we want it to happen right now.
I'm at a disadvantage now.
All good.
Okay. I am hopefully going to be sharing my screen.
Here
and if I'm not, tell me.
We are hello worlding over here. So we're up and running.
Great. Heck yes. Hello world. Hello people. Once again, when I look over here, it means I'm looking at you lovingly.
Yeah, I feel it.
And when I look over here, it's looking at my code disgusted. Okay. So I wanted to talk about Astro, the web framework. It sounds like some people like Astro, so yay. And if you've never built with it before, even better, because I'm about to show you how. So I wanted to talk about Astro because it's such a nice and simple framework. And a lot of people are like, it's a paradigm shift. Islands are the future. Look at runtime performance and all that jazz. And yes, that is a very cool thing. But what I really like is that it feels like just kind of plain old web development with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with the advantages of everything else. And so I am going to build an Astro site and show you how things work as I do it. Right before this, I ran this npm create Astro latest thing right here on the homepage
Smart.
because I was afraid of running
Yep.
npm install during a stream.
Absolutely smart.
Because you never know what will happen. But anyway, that is all I did. I ran npm create Astro latest, and then I installed preact as a spoiler that I'm going to show that it can do things. But when you create this, and if my text is too small, let me know. I can try to zoom in further on the code.
So far, so good, I think.
So far, so good.
Maybe,
okay.
Maybe one notch.
One more little boop. Oh,
that's good.
Heavens.
That's good.
Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of this. It's good enough. Okay, so when you create an Astro site, you'll get a very plain package.json where you have your scripts. So right now I have npm run dev, which is running my little hello world.
Nice.
That runs a dev server. Start is like it's doing the exact same thing as you can see, and then you can build the site. You can do a preview of the site, but basically you're probably going to be using npm run dev, and you just install Astro, and that is it. And then if you want to use any of the other frameworks and libraries and stuff it supports, you can install that as well. I did preact because we'll get to that later. But once again, what is cool about Astro is that it supports just tons of stuff where you can just do your plain HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and it'll work great. You can do Markdown, you can add React, you can add Preact, you can add Vue, you can add Svelte, you can add so many different things. They have so many different options, and they work just out of the box. Yeah. And I love that part because I love being
blows
lazy.
my mind that it works. Like
it just does.
Yeah. So good.
So the way an Astro site is structured is that there's an index.astro, and that is all I put right here. It's a div that says hello world. You can do your plain HTML in here and be like UL, and then inside of here some kind of LI and be like fish, fish, and then cake. And look at that, you have a list. It's just HTML, and that seems very simple, yes, but what's cool is there's more, because even though you can do just plain HTML in an Astro file, you can also do Markdown in an Astro file, and you can also add front matter, which you might have seen if you've ever made some kind of Markdown blog of some kind. And so whenever you want to make a page in Astro, you create a file in the pages thing. I could say horses.astro, and then look, horses. Save that, and then if I go to /horses right here, look, horses.
It's perfect.
Holy crap. But you know, it's pretty cool. I can change that to Markdown and change this from, instead of horses.astro, to horses.md for a Markdown file. Then when I save it and load it, look at that. It doesn't look like much, but that is just a Markdown H1. And so I could say horses are cool. And then look at that. We got a list. And so it can render Markdown out of the box.
It just built
look
in.
At that.
It's a first class thing. It's phenomenal.
It just does it. And that part I think is really, really nice to be able to support that out of the box, where once again, if you want to make a blog of some kind,
yes,
you can just paste in your Markdown and it's done. And it's very nice. So anyway, we got that going for us. I'm going to go back to our homepage. I'm going to go back here. Now, one thing that you can do to, once again, enhance your pages of some kind is, or in some way, is to make a layout. And so if, let's just say, you want to make a series of pages, but you want them to follow a specific kind of layout, you can make what's called a layout component. And so you noticed up here, I added stuff. I'm going to do stuff in here later, but I'm just going to say JavaScript. What's cool is down here, you do mostly HTML/JSX stuff. And then up here, you have JavaScript. Everybody in the chat, do you know how to spell JavaScript? Prove it. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I have this layouts folder that is empty inside this SRC folder. And I'm going to create a new file called layout. Hey, do you see that? Building Bedrock Layout knows how to spell JavaScript, and
Travis
nobody
sure
else does. Good job.
Nobody else does.
Okay. Oh, now a couple people have. Okay. We'll see. I think some of you are cheating off of Building Bedrock Layout. Okay. Layout.astro. Okay. So I made a layout.astro file inside the layouts folder. It doesn't have to be in that folder. You can put it wherever you want.
Yeah,
But
wasn't sure.
but we're gonna follow some
Stick to
conventions in here.
conventions, I guess. Yeah.
So inside of this layout, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some HTML, which you know what that is. It's things. Doc type HTML. And so I'm going to do some plain HTML. And then I'm going to
do you know about the bang Emmet shortcut? If you wipe
I
all that out,
always forget it.
hit !tab.
Wait, does it have to be empty?
Emmet failed you. I don't think so. But maybe it's the Astro file. Maybe Emmet's not set up for your Astro file. For everyone else.
I believe it or not, I do know how to type, and so I'm going to just do that.
I just always forget all this stuff. I
That's
rely
cool.
on Emmet these days.
Cool. So I have made this very plain HTML thing. And inside this very plain HTML thing, we have a title called horses, and we have what's called a slot. A slot is very similar to, if you've done React, it's like children. Any content you want to pass into a layout goes in the slot. And so if I wanted to use this layout over here, I could import it, and I could import layout from layouts. Oh gosh. Really like
shout out to the Astro VS Code plugin too. It's really nice for like auto imports like that.
Yeah, I should really use it. But what can you do?
I'm just saying, like the DX is just great top to bottom.
Yeah. Their stuff is really useful. I switch between computers so regularly that like I need to just install everything.
Always jet setting. I get it.
What? Yeah, that's me. What's cool? Hey, this layout now wraps all of this Hello World UI, whatever, inside of the layout, which changed nothing except if you could see my really, really tiny tab title, it says horses now. How about that? We should make that cooler. You know what I'm going to do? A prop. I'm going to do title equals horses are neat. And then when I go into the Astro file right here, I'm going to pass in that prop. And so I'm going to do a little bang, 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 di, la, la, la. And then I'm just going to do some JavaScript, pulling in the title from astro.props. So whenever you want to pass a prop to any component, whether it's a layout component or not, you just do this little astro.props thing and it works. And so now I can pass this in as if it is a variable, JavaScript variable. And once again, up here it says horses are neat, but you can't tell that. And so I'm gonna do some styling. What's fun, in Astro files, you can just do style wherever you want and it'll apply said styles. And then it's usually scoped to the component that you do. And so I could do style is global. And then guess what? Your styles are global. And so inside of there, you know what? I copied and pasted colors from your website. I've stolen them. Nice. So, look at that. So now colors. We have red. Yeah, those are your colors. I really liked that red, actually. It was pretty. Nice. And so now we have some global styles. How about that? And we can use them and things. And so whenever something is wrapped in a layout, if you pass in a title, it will have the title up there in the HTML and it'll have those colors. And I can turn this into an H1 instead of a div. And then look at that. It's yellow. So those are layouts in Astro. They're very cool. How about that? You can just pass it in and follow your dreams. You can also do other things instead of just layouts. Excuse me while I close my calendar invite for telling me to work out, which I replied no to. So I'm going to make another component. You can make components out of anything. They could be something where I'm just going to say item.astro, and then it will be just a regular Astro component like I just showed you where it's mostly HTML. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do one that's a counter.jsx. So it's not going to be .astro. It's not going to be an Astro component. It's going to be a JavaScript component. It's going to be a JSX component. I'm going to make a preact component. And so I could import preact You know what I got to do? I got to actually tell my project to use Preact because I didn't prep that. Hey, there's an Astro config. Also, I apologize if I'm talking fast. I'm trying to show you all kinds of things. Yes,
you have
Astro
18
is free.
minutes. It's totally understandable. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's a rush. Yes, Astro is free. That was the question. And yes, it works with Solid.js. But that's not what I imported before this. You can't change this on me, building Bedrock layout. Okay, so if I want to import Astro Preact from Astro Preact, boom, now it is imported, and I want to pass it in as an integration. And so I would do integrations, and that's an array. And so if you wanted to do a bunch of really unholy stuff where frameworks are talking to each other, you can. And that's what Astro is all about.
But will God forgive you?
He might. I won't. So anyway, you can do this, and suddenly you can use Preact in Astro. And I did Preact just because I picked something. I have made projects before where I once again did the unholy thing where I imported both React and Vue into one component and made them talk to each other. It was disgusting, but you can. And just because you can doesn't mean you should, but sometimes it's fun to experiment. So anyway, back to our counter.jsx. What you can do is you can make whatever you want. You know what? I'm just going to make the counter. So I'm going to import use state. Oh gosh. Use state from, do I know Preact? I hope so. I think it's preact.hooks. Preact/hooks. We'll find out if it yells at me. And so I'm just assuming it's the same API as React. Export default function. I really should have like GitHub Copilot enabled at this point because this is something where
they just the counter thing.
I could have just said create a counter and it would just do it for me.
And name the file counter and it's like, all right, I gotcha.
Yeah. I'm going to make this and then I'm going to return some kind of component. Y'all have seen this before, so I apologize if this part is boring. But the fact is, you can do this. So I'm going to pass in a count, and I'm going to say the count is count, and then I'm going to say add, and then on click inside of here. Gosh, Cassidy, why didn't you just write this at the beginning? I'm going to do set count is count plus 1. Cool. So I've made a counter. When I click that, it'll do things in theory. I should probably import it into my components so you can see that I know what I'm doing. Okay. Import counter from, come on, VS Code. That's not it.
Nailed it.
Oh, gosh.
I hate when it gives those, like, I'm like, where's this coming
I know,
from?
you're just like, where did you come from? Respect me. Gosh darn it. Okay. Counter. Check that out. We got it loading. But you know what's weird?
Uh-oh.
Nothing's happening when you click the button. And that, my friends, is because Astro actually ships 0 JavaScript by default, which is why it is so wildly performant in a lot of different ways. And so don't worry, don't cry. You just do client, and then look at all of these different options. Yeah. See, now VS Code has my back. I'm going to say client visible. When you do client visible, you know what that does? When it's visible on the page, it suddenly works.
Good old
and so I could make this list like much longer. We have so many fish cakes.
This is an important list.
Yeah, it's a very important list. And you know what? Because I'm, again, keeping an eye on the time, if I were to scroll down, you could see suddenly JavaScript loads when the counter is visible, and then I can click the button, and it will work beautifully. Okay, cool. How much time do I have left, Alex?
Oh, like 1 minute.
Oh, my word. Okay. I'm going to do one last super fast thing and then just know that Astro is cool, okay? Okay, remember look horses? We're going to change that and call it horses.astro instead of .md. Okay, horses.astro. You know what's cool? We can call an API. And luckily that I did copy and paste a code sample for myself because I didn't trust myself to talk fast enough. So inside of here, you could just call an API. How about that? And I could do data.name. and I could show a Pokemon. And so if I go to /horses, it's going to be very plain, but look at that. It says Pikachu
Whoa.
because I called the API on Pikachu.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, how did you get Pikachu of all? Like, that's quite the get.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was just, again, me doing things. But
Perfect.
I have used this API just enough where I know that if I do data.sprites.front default, oh gosh, default, not default, Cassidy, come on. In theory, we can get, yay, a picture of Pikachu. Ah! And
Nice.
Astro allows you to paginate. It allows you to do all kinds of dynamic routes. It allows you to do so many different things. I tried to talk as fast as I could to
You
show
did
you all of them.
fantastic.
But until then, try it out. It's nice and easy, and
so good.
you can build a lot of fun things with it.
This
And-
overlay, the website that this website is all Astro 2. It's yeah, huge fans over
It's
here.
super cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I'm gonna do a quick tiny little plug for like my company website, for example. I
Nice.
built all of this in Astro, and I was able to make our blog in Astro, and it has all of our different posts in there, and those are all just markdown. And then I'm able to have like fun animations. I'm
Yeah.
able to do click
It's
things.
super capable.
It's a really powerful framework because it lets you do anything,
Yep.
for better or for worse.
And
The
like you can go
end.
static, or like you're looking at a dynamic app looking thing. Yeah, so it's
It's a
fantastic.
thing, all right.
It is a thing. Cassidy, thank you so much. Happy holidays, friend. I'm sorry that we didn't get to the end during your segment, but we are at like 6.5 trees.
We got more than halfway. It's
We
very
did.
exciting.
We did. So thank you so much, Cassidy. Happy holidays. I hope. I cut you off already too. There you go. Happy holidays. Hope you have a great one. And thank you again. I'll see you later.
All right, bye, friends.
Bye. Oh, huge fan of Astro, huge fan of Cassidy. That was fantastic. Chat, you are doing it. Really appreciate y'all. We still have a lot of show. We have Kevin Powell right now. Let me just prepare real quick to bring him in. Give me 1 second. And we should have a Kevin Powell. Kevin! Oh, hold on, I gotta click a thing. And you are not Cassidy. Kevin, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Great to have you. Happy holidays, friend.
Yeah, happy holidays. Thank you so much for having me on. It's I've been watching most of it. It's been pretty awesome. So yeah, it's exciting to be
phenomenal guest. It's just so much. My face hurts from genuinely smiling. I'm just like and Cassidy's cracking me up. Like, yeah, just so much good stuff. And buddy, I'm so glad to have you on. You've been on the stream a few times. You were on this show last year. Great to have you back. What are we talking about today?
Yeah, so today I want to talk a little bit about simplifying CSS layouts
Nice.
and making your life or everybody's life a little bit easier. Because unlike me, most people I don't think can spend like 40 hours a week just writing CSS and figuring things out with that. There's other priorities for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I figured, I would be a nice little my Christmas gift, I guess, to try and simplify the decision-making process as much as possible.
Love it.
So I'm going to drop a link in the chat, which is the CodePen collection of all the things I'm going to be going through. And I thought I already did this, but I forgot to share my screen. So let me do that really
no
fast
worries.
with you.
Thank you for sharing both of these things with us. All right, so bring us over to this. Perfect.
Awesome.
All right, we got it.
So yeah, this is the link I put in the chat, which just has all the different things. So if people want to poke around and play around and any of that, it's all there for you to sort of toy around with. And we're just going in order of them.
Awesome.
And I guess the first thing I want to sort of talk about is some people wonder why we have more than one way to make a layout to begin with in CSS, which can seem a little bit strange. We're making a layout, but I always try and come up with different analogies for why we have multiple tools for it. And the one I'm sort of using these days is it's like different types of pliers. You have like needle nose pliers, and we have like those big bulky pliers for other stuff. And it's, you can make that big bulky plier do the, if you need to do some fine tuning or something and you can't find that needle nose plier, you can make it work.
Yeah.
But you're doing a lot more work than you probably could if you had the right one. So it's two different pliers, but they do two different things, or two different things that they're good at.
That's good. Yeah.
And the one thing that the first thing that you hear a lot of is like, oh, use Flexbox for 1D and Grid for 2D layouts.
Yes.
And there's some truth to that, and we'll sort of circle back around to it. But I'm not a fan of that. And the reason I'm not a fan of just simplifying it in that way is, let's say we have my grid and Flexbox on the top here, and we have a grid set up on the bottom. Grid's always a bit disappointing when you first declare display grid because nothing
Just
happens.
feels like block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do have to take that next step, and we'll throw some gaps on these so they look a little bit nicer. But like this Flex one, okay, that's 1D. My grid here is 2D, so 100% 1D versus 2D. But you just have to throw a Flex wrap on there, and all of a sudden, I have a 2D layout with Flexbox.
Right.
So, and even if I switch this over to an 8, I could do a 1D layout with grid, and they both work, right? So, that's, now we get some overflow, and there's other issues, but I don't really like that idea of 1D versus 2D. Again, there's some truth to it, but we'll circle back to that in a second. But if 1D and 2D isn't the way that we can actually decide which one we should be using, because I'm a fan of having very simple solution. I'm choosing this because of this, and I'm choosing that because of that. And I think that's why the 1D and 2D thing became so popular, is because it simplifies the decision-making process. So to help, if we're breaking away from that paradigm, another way that we can sort of simplify things is to understand the strengths of the two tools. What is Flexbox good at, and what is Grid good at? So I need to accomplish this, I'll use Flexbox. I want to accomplish that, I'll use Grid. So here's a really, really simple layout with just a few pictures in it. And I have a parent, we have children. Inside each child is my little SVG image, nothing too fancy.
Those. Excellent.
I couldn't get the Christmas decoration, so I figured I'd at least try and theme the code pens.
Oh, good.
We're moving potentially soon, and all of our stuff is packed up, so we have no Christmas decorations in the house. It's a little bit sad.
I appreciate you being here.
So we'll do a display of Flex on here to start things off, and when we do that, we get 3 columns that come in. But one thing that's interesting with this, and I think that we don't really think about enough, is the size of each one of these columns. Is that, like, I had a smaller picture here, a medium picture here, a bigger picture here, and the columns that are created sort of adapt to the size of those images by default. And I have another example that's using actual text too. So it's, I don't think it's because we're doing it with pictures. You get the same type of behavior. You have short text or less content, it'd be smaller. If you have more text, but I figured it'd be more fun to do it with pictures. So it's basically the same thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And because it is Flex, it is, it will shrink by default, but we get these sort of columns like that. And if we did this with Grid, on the other hand, display Grid, and of course, then we need our Grid template columns. And I'll just do 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. So we get 3 columns that come up. And the one big difference right off the bat was the size of the columns. Right now, we have 3 equal columns, and there's all this leftover space.
Right.
So Flexbox is like, okay, I'm going to sort of look at what the content is and play around, base myself on what's happening there. Whereas Grid is, I'm setting up a grid, and the content will live inside of that grid.
Okay.
And it comes down to this thing where it's like the parent, which one has control on the situation? And Flexbox is sort of that flexible parent that will just, I'm creating this stage, and I'm giving control to the children.
Cool.
And the children have a lot of say in how the layout is actually working. Because I could recreate this exact layout if we switch this back to Flex. But I can't really do it with anything on this parent selector. I have to go on to the child selector down here, and I can do the classic Flex 1. Which does a few things behind the scenes that we won't worry too much about. But basically, it's saying that all of these children are now behaving the same way. They're not going based on that like default setting that they had. We're now going, okay, I'm setting a Flex basis. We could even say width on here, width 100% or whatever. We're setting them all to be the same size. And then because they're all the same size, then once the parent does its fancy Flex stuff, they all end up being the same.
Right.
So the big thing, sort of that initial decision-making point, is who gets control. Do we want the parent to have control, set up a layout, and then the children have to live within that layout? Or do we like it when the children have a little bit of control and a little bit of say on what's actually happening.
Got it.
So yeah, we'll skip over to that. Now, the one thing I like to look at with Flexbox to really understand, because we saw like everything sort of shrunk down to its size, is here with a little bit of text, and we're going to increase the text. But I like understanding a little bit of how Flexbox works, because I think it's a bit of a black box for a lot of people, and it does stuff.
But kind of keep like tweaking values until it's like, yes, this is the thing that I wanted. Thank you. I'm moving on. Yeah.
So we won't deep dive it too much, but when we use Flexbox, it's going based on the intrinsic size of the content. So when I say intrinsic size, it's sort of like, what is the size of the content as like without me explicitly writing like width 500 pixels. I haven't written anything here. And so you can see like we have the lorem ipsum, like it's matching the size of the content that's inside of it.
Yeah.
If we have more content and we need wrapping, then things get a little bit more complex, because then it has to figure things out. It has to shrink things.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But that shrinking and everything that's happening, before it does any of that, it's actually doing a, let's go on the child. I thought I had that set up, but I don't. Sorry. We'll go on the children here, and we're going to say flex shrink of 0. And everything will just stay on one line, and it's going to shoot out the side. Oh, I know why it's not doing that. I didn't. We're going to do flex star.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Got it.
Because I didn't put any classes on this one.
No worries. Okay.
So now they're all shooting out the side because they're all staying, they're not shrinking.
They're not allowed to
They're
shrink,
just becoming that intrinsic size that is sort of the default. And this is where Flexbox always starts. It goes, what's the actual content size of each one of these elements? And then usually we leave shrink on there because it makes sense. They all shrink down, and then it sort of does some magic in there. But it's really important to understand it's based 100% at this point, even when the shrinking comes in, on how the size of the children and what the content of the children is, assuming we haven't put a width or something else explicit on those children. And this is like an amazing behavior that we should be really happy that we have, because it just does so much stuff for us that we take for granted.
Yeah.
The one place we usually see it used on is navigations and things like that, where it's, but just to not use the classic example, let's say we have like this little meta area down here. So we have some comments, a little comment thing. We have some product tags and stuff like that.
Love these demos. Just have to say, these are all great. These are really great.
So on here, if I just, on my meta, I can do a display flex, and we can do that on my comments as well, just to get things actually going next to one another. Right? So it lines up, we throw a gap on there. And the really nice thing, a few extra things on there, but just using flex. And the nice thing with these is always, if I come onto this tag that we have, and it's like decorative treats or something, it's just taking that intrinsic size and it's working with it. Nothing's like, we're not setting anything up. It's just letting that item be the size it needs to be, and it's letting them all flow one next to each other. We can throw the flex wrap on there to just help it become a little bit more responsive. So now if we start running out of room, it wraps down and we don't run into weird overflow issues and other stuff like that. So, taking advantage of flex for these types of things where it's like, okay, I just need these items to be the size that they are, and just they're going to flow and do their own thing. And there's lots of situations where we want that. Navigations are the classic one, tags like this. There's a bunch of others that I can't think of at the moment.
Just those two use cases alone come up all the time. So yeah. I like the new trend of like navigations that just wrap rather than the hamburger. Like that's kind of it's a nice solution.
And it's so easy and so low maintenance to be able to do that. It's the one thing I will say, if you are throwing a gap on things that are wrapping, a lot of the time you actually want to do like a smaller gap. Let's do it this way. Oh, did I break it all? There we go. A smaller gap for the row gap than for the column gap, just because when they're the same, that row gap can look huge. Like the spacing this way, even though it's the same number, it can look really, really awkward.
Good tip.
Now, to sort of step the game up a little bit from there, we can look at when we want to use grid, and when grid makes life a little bit easier. So say we just made our product cards a little more complicated. We add these images that we're going to be throwing in to the cards. Thank you. We could run into this situation where we're coming and you have, you don't always know the image that's coming in. You don't know the size of them. It's user generated stuff. Who knows why we don't know? We have a bad designer who just gives us the worst assets ever that we have to deal with.
We've forgotten things. We first day on the job, whatever it is. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So the two options we have here is we could use display flex. So we get like our content here with the image on the side. And then I could go on all my images and say there's like a width of 5 rem just to give them an actual size. And then they'll start behaving the same way.
Nice.
This works. It's completely fine. But for me, it's that weird thing where it's like, okay, I'm setting up my layout on the parent and then I have to go to the children and make sure they're not messing that layout up. I don't really like that.
Okay.
I like the idea of I do my display grid, say there's a gap on there, and then I say what sizes everything should be here. I'm declaring my layout, and then everything just sort of works and it falls into place. I'm not like wondering why something that's like maybe it's nested somewhere else. I'm trying to dig and use my dev tools. I just look at my parent, I go, here's my layout. I throw my content in there and I know it works. And so for me, not even getting into like that larger layout where it's like, the classic that you always see grid for, where it's like the header at the top, then you have your main and your sidebar, and then the footer at the bottom, and these like macro level layouts. I think it's more like even when you're on these like component level layouts of thinking like, okay, for this thing, flex would work because I need these things to all line up next to each other and just do their thing. Whereas for this other piece that needs to be a bit more of a controlled layout, maybe grid would be a little bit easier at, just making things work and fit and everything come together on that level.
Totally. I also feel like changing the layout around, like either like for a responsive layout or just for container queries or something, is so much easier just to change on the parent than changing all the little pieces inside, right? Like just knowing that one spot.
Yeah. And I knew I wouldn't really have too much time on this, but to like, if you ever get into more specific layouts and having grid template areas, where you do have to assign them on the children, but then just like, here's the grid template areas, it's all set up. And then you have your media query or a container query or whatever. And it just sort of like, oh, my layout, I redefine it.
The text around a little bit.
They're just all exactly where you need to be. You're just changing things on the parent. And maybe you have 3 breakpoints because you have, again, a designer who likes making your life miserable. But then it's fine because you just have your grid template areas set up and everything just falls into place. It's such a satisfying experience.
Completely agree.
And then I was mentioning some sort of more macro level stuff. So once again, we have grid and we have flex that can sort of both do larger scale layouts. And at that point, it falls back to that 1D versus 2D that I was looking at here a little bit, where you have to decide where you want the control to be. And this is where it's sort of an extra level of nuance, I guess. I know we're running short on time, but it's this, say do you want a grid like this where everything just falls into place on its grid and it's happy? And like I have a Discord where people are always coming in with this layout and they're like, how can I get these last 2 things to span the whole thing on my grid? I'm like, well, that's not really what grid is for. That's where we want flex to come in, and grid is going to be very structured. Everything just falls into line, and you can do spans and other stuff, but for content like this, it wouldn't be the best idea because you never know what you need. And of course, like if you set it up right, it can, we have the auto fit on there, so it can change and be responsive without media queries, which is really nice. But sometimes that might be the answer you want, and sometimes you might want to do it with more of a flex solution. And with the flex solution, the only difference is you get like sort of these types of things going on where and like for some things, that's great. That's what you want. And other times you want more of that grid solution. And I think this is a bit better of an illustration of how it works, where with the flex solution, the 1D is more about like each row is independent of the other row. So like there's no relationship one row to the next. Everything just does its own thing on each row. You can control each row, but you're not getting this like 2D controlling, going over everything that's in there. You have more independence and more flexibility, as the name implies, with Flexbox. And then you have this more structured grid when you're using grid and stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
and we're at time. I mean, just one thing. I feel like the future addition to this conversation, and it should be a short-term future. Subgrid adds another like layer to like those cards that you were just showing. Like, what do I do, grid or flex? Grid will then unlock another level of like control from the top, right?
Yeah,
and just
definitely.
consistency.
Once I'm on like I get the emails and everything on following the Chromium updates for Subgrid, and I'm just waiting for that email to say like, oh, we're shipping, and it hasn't happened yet. But yeah,
Since you came on and talked about it, I've been getting those emails as well. So yeah, I'm right there with you. I think your camera froze or something.
no.
Let me see.
Oh, no.
It's all good. We're at time, so
perfect.
With
Good timing to freeze on.
At least you're happy, Kevin. It's been fantastic having you on, my friend. Always good to see you. I hope your move goes well. Can't wait to hear how it goes. And happy holidays, buddy. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me, and good luck with the rest of the fundraiser. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Take care. See ya.
Take care.
All right, that was fantastic. We are about to move on in just a minute. I'll take the time, but we are coming towards the end here. Oh, this is exciting. We are at, let's see, we just hit 14K. We just hit 14K. Chat, I just want to say, no matter how it goes from here on out, we hit 10K last year. So like already we are exceeding last year. I can't thank you enough. You're all fantastic. So win or lose, finish or not, I'm so thankful to all of you out there. But we've got this. We've still got this. But I just want to say, all right. Next up, we're gonna bring on the man himself, Chris Coyier. Let me just remove ad, and I think there we go. So, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. There we go, Chris. How you doing?
I'm doing so good. Thanks for having me.
Man, I'm thrilled that you're here. How's your December going? How's your day going? How are you doing, man?
Just perfectly, I'd say. Just
perfect.
Best.
Nice.
Yeah.
I want to turn you up a little bit.
Thanks for having me on.
There we go. Of
Is
course,
it a
man.
little? I can.
No. It was on my side.
Okay.
I've just been I've been calibrating for each person, so I just had to.
Yeah,
make it
right
in the middle.
on.
Man.
Right on. Well, this has been wonderful. I sat here and watched the whole thing. It's just the perfect kind of thing for a Friday, December 16th, I'd say. And I hope we reach the goal too. So get on it, people. You know.
You heard it from Chris. Get on it, people. Love it. Yeah, that means so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well as being a part of it. So thank you, man. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I thought let's just have a ho hum play with CSS and then attempt to like get mad at it once in a while and be like, hey, do better. There's a lot of love for CSS lately. I feel like let's take it down a notch. CSS. Yeah. Can you see my screen? Okay. Can
Yes,
you
we
pop it
can.
up?
Yeah. You are all set.
Oh, that's
another
great.
Arc user. Arc is blowing up. Everyone's using it.
The best.
Yeah,
could
I
talk
liked
for
your
the
article
whole
on it, by
time
the way.
that.
But
yeah,
that's a talk for another time.
Let's Kevin just got done talking about display flex and all that. First of all, Flexbox useless. Don't why. Just grid is where
Has
where
anyone
it's
ever
at.
used it? Like,
let's make a 2-column thing. You know how to do that? Grid, why don't you help me out, CodePen? Jeez. 2-column layout's the world's easiest thing to do in the world now, right? So we're just going to take the body and then we'll have an aside, let's say, and a main.
could
you know,
bump up the size just one notch? Would be perfect, or two.
so many
Two is even better.
notches.
Thank you so
I can
much.
do it. We'll put some text in there and some here too, so we can prove that it's a 2-column layout. Oh my God, that's amazing. 2 columns. I can't believe it already. So that's kind of cool. One thing I just wanted to mention to people is like, don't do it on the body ever, do like a content kind of wrapper, just because all of a sudden, if somebody puts like,
I'm so sorry to cut you off. Did you just select everything and then?
Yeah. Command Shift A, emit div.content, whatever, it wrapped it. Yeah. Rock and roll. Emit's the best.
Wow. That's great.
So,
sorry. Keep going.
So now we can do content instead, only because I feel like any third-party anything like a browser extension might jack a script in there, and now all that suddenly that's on the grid. You're like, okay, that's
right.
not useful. All right, so content display grid, wonderful. One of the things I thought we'd do is you know how resizing works in aside. in CSS, we'd go like, first of all, you have to hide the overflow for this to work at all, and then go like resize both or something. All of a sudden, I'm going to get that little, you see that little buddy down there? It kind of works, but then as I go like this, what's happening over here? You know, it's not coming along for the ride. First of all, we can't look at this font is crazy. Every time Times New Roman is out. Just going to take up valuable seconds here to go. You know what? And I always like to set typography stuff on the root because that's where rems come from and all that.
Makes sense.
Font to rem, system UI or something. Give ourselves a little breathing room there, just so we can see what's going on. And the whole problem is here is the grid isn't changing. The element inside the grid is changing. That's all. So if we just went like auto or something, first of all, that's going to work. They're going to come along with each other. But we didn't really tell it how to start. So if I saved and refreshed the whole thing, I think it's going to actually push to the right because they're fighting a little bit. Now, how that is exactly calculated in browsers is probably like some serious calculus that I don't super understand. But it's like, oh, there's a bunch of text. I'm going to push on whoever is over here. Fine, right? But now we're in good situation though, because now this is what's happening, which ironically is kind of how CodePen works too. It was kind of rad. But here's a couple of points that I want to make.
Okay.
If I go like this all the way down, first of all, oh, look at that. It's getting cut off and being awkward anyway. First, we have to set some heights going on, right? So we'll just say like height 100 viewport units or something. Have you seen this one? DVH?
I only just saw it. It kind of blew my mind. Is that for mobile?
Yeah.
Is that what that one is?
Yeah, the point is if you know, let's make the aside like, hey, was everybody was sampling some kind of great red color? How do I get? I don't have anything to sample that's wonderfully.
Oh yeah, Cassidy had my website, so she went in and grabbed it.
Yeah, this is kind of nice. I mean, classically, we have to like remove the margin on the body and stuff to scoot that away and stuff, and we're still getting a little overflow. The point of that is, let's say we were going to set something along the bottom here on mobile. Viewport units are your worst nightmare there because any UI that pops up is going to go over top of the thing that you position there, whereas the dynamic viewport will suck back up. Really a tremendous improvement in CSS, but I'm trying to complain about CSS. So anyway, but you can do this, you know, if you're worried about browser support, this is kind of a classic, old school. Just set it and then set the new one on top of it. So if this one's not supported, the other one will just
falls back. That's so simple, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Doesn't it? Okay, so now I've managed to get my resizers funky, right? What I think is if I go like this and this starts to overflow down here, there should be some CSS mechanism that I can say flow from this to this. And there just isn't. There just is nothing to do that. And that's annoying to me, and I'm mad about it. I'm not really mad about it, but I just feel like 100 years ago there was
this suggestion box.
There was this concept called CSS regions. This is like 2014 era, where you could specify these regions, and it would say flow into and flow from, and it was such a elegant little API that Adobe backed up. And I just think now that this was kind of pre-grid, you know, and now that there's grid, now it really makes sense. Because there's all this like interesting print type of stuff. I mean, just look at how that should be operating.
Yeah,
you know, like
you have a lot of this if you use any kind of print software, like InDesign has this all the time because you just need to handle that. Yeah,
all day. This is a bold element, should flow to that one. It probably can flow down here. And in our grid layout, we should be able to set that up. So anyway, just an interesting thing. What's interesting is while I was just poking at this, I was like, oh, look, somebody updated this spec last year. So whoever Rossen is doing a good job, and Alan was old school Adobe.
We appreciate you both. Oh, Adobe,
yeah,
there you go. Still in the
somebody's still into it. Yeah, and it kind of makes sense because you know, like you mentioned, InDesign, right? Like, make it happen on the web. You know, it'll bring about creativity, but I also think that if you look at how I didn't start with a complicated example, I started with the world's simplest example: flow one to the other. Not hard.
Makes
okay,
sense.
Here's another obnoxious thing. That's all I get. That little
that's totally unstylable.
I get this cursor is pretty good, but I have no control over that. I can't change its position.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
like,
change its
4
size.
pixels? Is that?
I can't. Yeah, it's tiny. It doesn't even look that good. Not ideal, because what I want to do is just take that thing and make it like height 100% here, because I want this whole bar to be the resizer.
That makes sense.
Doesn't that seem like CSS territory?
Yeah.
Like, hook me up,
for
yo.
sure.
I want it. I want that.
Yeah. And
Okay.
that's
So
gotta-
that we're just
that's a browser implementation, right? Like, so that's gonna have to come down to kind of the same way we do like scroll bars in different browsers. Is that like
right. And
it'd
scroll
be a
bars
similar
kind of
thing?
that one got standardized. So good job, everybody. You know, it was really simple how it got standardized. The old WebKit way was like, here's a 10,000 pseudo elements, and you can style each one of them. And now it's like you can make it color red, right? So they kind of swung it back the other way with with those, you know. But it does remind me of the range inputs too. You know, Anna Tudor famously showcases this kind of thing where it's like, okay, make sure you turn on the weird shadow DOM stuff, and then you can look in an input type range and see that there's tons of crap inside of it, all kinds of these, you know, WebKit slider runnable track. That's how WebKit does it on Chromium, but not Firefox. They do it differently.
Right.
But at least there was something to grab and style. I don't know where the spec people land on that, but I think they should do it. You know, Shadow DOM is the right mechanic for it. Let us reach in there and style stuff.
Yeah.
Please, you know.
Yeah,
And then
I
once
never
you
thought of this.
you can do crazy stuff with input type range. I mean, I don't know if there's any great examples in here, but yeah, you should be able to, like, yeah, you want to make the background orange with a big purple slider, you know, please do, you know, while retaining all the semantics and abilities of the thing before.
Just having to build it from scratch, is just they're not fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's put some padding on here. This kind of a did that go too
Just
much?
Super quick for chat. We might not have said it at the jump. Chris's topic, and I'm sorry that it's not up on the screen. Chris's topic is things CSS still needs or could still use, right?
Yeah, we're just riffing, man. We're just riffing on doing some really basic CSS and being like, you could do better here, CSS, I think. Look at this. So, you know, we're kind of hiding the overflow here. There's a classic, like, as this gets wider, the height of that gets smaller, and as this gets narrower, the text wraps and the height gets taller. What if you want to maintain that height for some reason? The tool we have at our side here is it's truncation, essentially, right? Have you seen how you truncate multiple lines of text? Because it's so weird. I guess we can use this. We already have it.
I knew
this is really wide. Display. Oh, mine did?
No, mine did. I'm trying to bring it back, but I've got a backup camera. If it keeps failing, it might just be overheating. We'll see.
Yeah,
keep going.
It is. It's too much beauty there. So display, you know, these properties, right? Flex, grid, whatever. Here's one from the year 1850. WebKit box. Remember that? That was a really old school Flexbox syntax.
No, I don't
And then
remember
we
that.
could say WebKit line clamp and then the number. That's the money shot. Please give me that in CSS. This is not going to work until we say adjust the direction of the Flexbox. WebKit box orient to vertical. Also a horrible name. And as soon as we do that, didn't that go? I think we might have to, like, it's participating in a grid, so it's being weird. Let's say a side P and put it on that, and then put this in a P with our little new trick, right? P.
That's so good.
Oh yeah, the little wrapper thing.
That's fantastic. I do that so many times a day.
Now it doesn't have overflow hidden on it, which it needs. So it has 4 properties, and if we get all 4 of them right, we get 3 lines of text.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of garbage for something that even, you know what browser supports this? Firefox. You know what you have to write? This exactly. Firefox is like, this is so useful, and we're not going to proliferate the web with like more Moz crap or any crap. That literally Firefox supports that, which blows my mind. So that says to me, the technology is here. It's not that complicated. Just
Right.
standardize it.
Just
Just
make
let
it
me write
better.
that.
Right.
And then I get 3 lines of length. That would be just great CSS. That would be really cool. Not to but okay, let's say they don't. And we have all of this, right? Not my favorite, but one really cool thing would be like, let's say somewhere else I need, truncation to be used. I should be able to go like, I don't know. I almost want to mix in, right? Like because I have that in SCSS and it's obviously useful. So why not give it to me in CSS too? Some like thing that says, see these 4 lines, apply them to this class too.
Right.
So in SAS, you could go like extend
right.
aside P. I wonder does that work with a compound selector like that? No.
Do you have truncation applied to anything?
It's just a complex selectors cannot be
it's
applied.
it's
So
broken
I'd
out.
have
Got
to
it.
go like, yeah. I'm just
Got
trying
it.
to make the point. Like, here's another thing
yeah.
CSS. Okay, so my pair or something, and then s equals my pair. Now truncation can extend my paragraph, and this will be applied to this. This is a mess in SAS, and there, so what it does is it comma separates a selector when it compiles.
Right.
Kind of interesting, but that can be a little bit of a specificity nightmare and such. So like if regular CSS came in and said, oh, we have extends, you can make any class behave like another class. It wouldn't have to mess with specificity and comma separate selectors and all that crap. It would just be like, oh, I see what you mean. I'll just pluck up this crap and put it here when it renders. That would be super duper duper good
That'd be really nice.
in CSS. Yeah, to really kind of small up our CSS and all that stuff. Okay, that's just one thing. I only got like one more I can do even, right? But so I'm kind of
Yeah.
obsessed about this truncation thing a little bit.
The
So let's say
truncation
in
thing
our
makes a lot of
content,
sense.
yeah, that one's just simple. So UL, let's LI, let's make like 4 of them, and let's put lorem ipsum in there, but only like 10 words of it. You've seen that trick?
Oh, I didn't know about the number thing. That's cool. Oh, and
Yeah, you can kind of limit it,
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. So let's get rid of some of this. Oh, did it blast out my grid pretty good, didn't it? What happened to that? Should we say aside? We'll say like width 300 pixels or something. Suck back in so I can see the other side of it. Ooh, you're being weird about it. Is it that? It's
Is the aside
resizable.
still there? Do we still have an aside?
The paragraph is gone. Oh, maybe that's why, because there's just no aside at all. I meant to put it in the aside. Aside, tab, that stuff, main, other crap, right?
I think so. I think that's what you had.
No, it's not, because that's weird now. There it is. All right, let me just small this up a little bit so we can see the bottom of it. Now, if I wanted to, let's just target the UL for a second and say list style none, and the padding is 0 or whatever, just to get a baseline there. If I wanted one line for each of these, first of all, let's make sure we can see them. Margin block end, 1 rem. We can see some apart from each other. And I said the white space on it was no wrap. It's going to blast off the other side, right? So the aside, we can overflow. Well, let's overflow hidden these themselves. So overflow hidden. That's truncation too, but it's just awkward truncation. So you can go text, overflow, ellipsis, which is kind of cool because you get these little guys.
Yeah.
Pretty nice, I think. But like, it depends a lot on what's inside of them. First of all, that's nice that we didn't have to make a bunch of weird things. What comes up in my life a lot is stuff like this. Like, what if these list items were something where the end is more important than the beginning? So it was like, let's say they're file paths, like source, scripts,
and the
blah,
last thing is the most
main
important thing.
Yeah, main is the end. So we've lost it now.
Right.
Which is a little unfortunate to me. So why isn't the aside resizing again? I kind of want to play with it. Is it because the overflow is gone? Oh, that it's back. Look at it sucking off that end of it.
Yeah.
But what's kind of nice is like, but wouldn't it be cool to be like, oh, I don't know, the LI, let's do like, I don't know, text a line right or something. Shouldn't that?
And then it truncates on the other side. God,
It just
yeah,
it
something.
just doesn't though.
Right. Yeah, like that's.
So that's why I'm annoyed at CSS. That's the talk. But there is a little trick. It's just for your brain somewhere. I don't really like it because I think it probably messes up semantics a little
Oh
bit.
yeah, that's probably not going to be. I don't know. My accessibility folks in chat, does that?
I know you're not. Is that kosher? But look,
yeah, that's interesting that works though. Like
it
as
sure
a
is.
visual hack, that's pretty nice. But I'm curious what
because this is
has.
this is talking about language and stuff, which is not really the point. The point for text overflow ellipsis is almost like, could you please just like anchor to one side or something? Just one example of a missing thing in CSS.
That's a clever hack,
yeah, I wish I had a
should start
few
like
more
a
minutes.
blog about like just tricks that you find.
Yeah, tricks. Yeah, it's a little too lucrative, I'm afraid. Yeah, kind of good. I want, just because we don't have much time, what I wanted to say is if anybody's like listening or referencing this to things CSS still needs, stuff like nesting is being talked about heavily. It still needs nesting heavily. It really needs animation to auto. And just stay tuned to my personal blog because I've been working on it. Interestingly, let me just animate to auto really super quickly. There is a way using grid template rows, believe it or not, if you animate it from 0 to 1, the content can animate to auto, which is just a little mind-blowing. So if you didn't know that, there's no heights being set at all.
Do that again. I was bringing up your personal blog and I feel like I missed out on like you just cast a wizard spell. What's happening?
Yeah, well, you see this, how it's animating just as high as it needs to based on the content. And if we put a lot more content in here,
what property
it's
do
happy
you
to
have
do that.
that's making it animate?
It's animating the transition here from grid template rows 0 to grid template rows 1. FR, the rows, the horizontal rows. And that's really underknown, I think. And it's not ideal. It's not like a perfect situation. You got to kind of have the double wrapper in there. But animating to auto is something
really cool.
it's been elusive in CSS for a very long time. So please know that is kind of technically possible even today in CSS, but we want more CSS. So anyway, thanks so much for having me on this thing. This is the end, right? I mean, I think there's another person after me, but
you are second to last on the list, but up there, if not first in our hearts, Chris. So really appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for your time. Thank you just leaving us with kind of a mind bender at the end there. That was incredible. Dropping your site there in the chat, chriscoyier.net. Yeah, man, really appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Take care. Talk soon.
Happy holidays, buddy. I'll see you. That definitely melted my brain a little bit. I just like, no joke. I look over like I'll pull up his site because he mentioned it, and then just look back and what is that? I'm gonna turn my regular camera back on. I'm gonna see if that's working, and then we're gonna bring in Charlie, our last guest, y'all. I'm just gonna switch back over. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna see if we can do this. Little bit of maintenance, real quick. Host. There we go. Turning that off. All right. Hi. There we go. I am beyond thrilled that we are at 15K. Thank you so much. I keep getting a dog hair on me somehow. It's just in the room. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is incredible. We have one more guest. This has been an absolute blast. I'm so excited to talk to Charlie. Charlie makes some of the coolest things on the freaking internet. Let's bring in Charlie. Charlie, you should be able to hear me. I'm only seeing your screen. Are you planning on sharing your camera as well? All right, cool. So you might need to enter as a camera also or something. It's not being shared in the thing. I see you now. Yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm going to You are not sharing. You'll have to share at the bottom. Hold on one sec. I'm just gonna bring you in. Here is that says Chris Coyier, and I didn't add you to the scene. Add to scene 1. There we go. Charlie, how you doing? Sorry about the
That's
everything,
all right.
but yeah, how you doing? Great to see you.
I'm good.
Thank you so much for being here. It's fantastic. So at the bottom of the Video Ninja thing, there's a little screen button.
Yeah.
If you
Okay,
wanna
so
hit
I'm
that.
trying it again. Do you see? Oh,
Yeah, weird. It keeps overriding your camera.
my camera. Okay.
That's funny. So
I mean, you don't need to see me, but
yeah. The only thing is I don't have a. You know what? Oh, here we go. So I'm gonna try this. It's just gonna be funky in the scene is all. So I'm gonna to camera. So if we're good with this, I can talk to the black box. Your audio got a little funky just now. Might be. All right. So it seems like it. No problem. All right, go for it. Yeah. First off, just happy holidays. Thank you for being here. Take it away. It's awesome. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. They cannot hear you for some reason. Oh, because it's coming from the screen. Okay, that makes sense because yeah. So no, I can hear you, but I don't have the screen audio piped in. So give me one sec. I just have to do that. Guest camera browser capture. Shoot. Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure. So when you hit camera at the bottom and share screen with others, it just overrides into the same thing. That's so strange. All right, let me see real quick. Yeah, I don't even see your camera when I do that button. Sorry everybody, this is my bad. So going to cameras. I'm gonna put you back. Trying to think this one through real quick. Well, lots of quick problem solving. Then let's go. No, let's put you back into the second one. Sorry. Oh. What if I add you to both scenes? Is this a problem? There we go. It's a little redundant, but
Okay,
but people can hear you now, so it's all good.
Okay, so it's just all right. So there's gonna be my slides twice. That's fine.
All good. The more the merrier.
All right. We're trying that again then. Okay, well, hopefully it's going to work this time, but thanks everybody for tuning in. So the title of this talk is Exploring the Hidden Potential of Sound Data. So I'd like to start by playing a short audio snippet. I'm not going to tell you in advance what it is, but so you might be a bit surprised because it's going to be very random, but that's on purpose. I'd like you to just, listen to it and kind of notice the first thing that you think about. So usually I play it on the slide, but I wasn't sure that it's going to play. So I'm going to play it on my phone through my earphones. So let's see if you can hear anything. So all right, I'm going to play it. All right, I'm going to stop it there. It's just a few seconds. So you probably, hopefully you recognize that it's like the sound of silverware, so cutlery. And you might be surprised being like, why is she talking about like cutlery? Like this is, a tech talk. But the reason why I'm taking that is because the notion of context here is very important. So usually in our day-to-day lives, you would expect to hear that type of sound, maybe in like at home or in a restaurant, but not even anywhere at home. Usually you would kind of think of it as like in the kitchen or in the living room. And why would you hear that sound? Because usually it's linked to multiple activities, either like you're eating or you're cooking. And even more than that, depending on the time of the day, you'd know that it would be linked to one of 3 meals or how many meals you eat, per day. So without realizing, you're actually attaching context to information, to the sounds that you hear around you, and to that particular sound of cutlery. So now we know about like a location and then an activity and potentially a sub-activity. And this is what we're going to talk about today. So not sounds of like silverware, but it's called acoustic activity recognition. So before I go deeper, my name is Charlie Garard. I'm a senior developer advocate at Stripe. I'm also a Google Dev expert in web technologies. I'm the author of a book about machine learning in JavaScript, so in TensorFlow.js, and we're going to use TensorFlow.js in this talk. And otherwise, I myself proclaimed creative technologist. I love to experiment and kind of push the boundaries of what can be done with web technologies, because it's not usually what you get to do on your job. So I like to do that like on the side. All right, so let's dive a bit deeper. So what is acoustic activity recognition? So it's using the rich properties of sound to gain insights about an activity or an environment. And the potential of that technology is around augmenting smart systems. There's also, you can do like biodiversity research, but the talk is inspired by a research paper that I read on the same topic by the Carnegie Mellon University. If you want to dive a bit deeper, I recommend that paper. It's an interesting one. But the talk that I'm giving today is about exploring the same space, but with web technologies, so in JavaScript. Because in general, in scientific research, they don't really use JavaScript, but I find it easier to start with JS. So it's kind of like using research, but doing it with a language that I know. And what this paper tells us is that we could build much more interesting smart system by taking advantage of sound data. So to gather sound data, we need microphones, and devices with built-in microphones are all around us. So from your phone that you have with you at all times to your smart home device, like a Google Home or Alexa, if you have one. These devices use a microphone, but they don't really leverage the rich properties of sound. The software recognizes words to trigger commands, but they have no contextual understanding of what is going on around them. Your phone doesn't know that you're in the bathroom, or your Alexa doesn't know you're in the kitchen, but they could, and this could be used to create more tailored and useful digital experiences. So in this talk, we're going to dive into how to build such system. But first, let's take a step back and understand what sound is and how it is transformed into data we can access with our devices. So sound is the vibration of air molecules. So in the GIF that hopefully you can see on this slide, the vibration of the speaker disturbs the air molecules around it. It changes the air pressure and it produces sound waves. So for example, if you think of speech, the vibration of your vocal cords produces the same effect. So your vocal cords vibrate, they produce air molecules to move around, it changes the air pressure, and it creates sound waves that then reaches your ears, and that's decoded by the brain, etc. But how is it tracked with our devices? So microphones can detect sound with the help of a thin membrane that moves with the fluctuation of air pressure that is produced by sound waves. So it transforms this change in air pressure into electrical signals that get amplified and recorded. So when the membrane moves, it touches a magnet inside the microphone that transforms sound waves into electrical signals that we can use as data. So there's different types of microphones. They don't all work the same way, but for the purpose of this talk, I'm going to illustrate it that way. So this data can be accessed in different ways, but if you're a web developer, we can get microphone data in the browser using the Web Audio API. So you might have used the Web Audio API. If you haven't, the main thing you need to know is that it can take the microphone as an input data and give you audio data as an array of numbers as an output. However, when you look at it that way, it's difficult to make any sense of it. If you decided to play music or speak or clap your hands, you wouldn't really be able to know the difference based on what you see in the console here. It's just an array of numbers. So to make it a bit easier for humans, we usually turn this data into visualizations. So a classic type of visualization are, first of all, a waveform. So that's the white line on the GIF. So it represents the sound waves displacement over time. So sound is the vibration of air molecules, and this graph shows the oscillation of a sound wave. But looking at it, it would still be kind of difficult to find a pattern using this way of representing sound. So another way is a frequency bar charts, and that's the colored part of that animation here. So frequency is a measure of how many times a waveform repeats in a given amount of time. So in this way of visualizing, we could maybe start to gain some insights, like maybe a beat or something, but that would still be difficult. A better way to represent this data to find patterns is what is called a spectrogram. So a spectrogram is a picture of a sound. So it shows the frequency that make up the sound from low to high and how they change over time from left to right. It's kind of like a heat map of sound. So here on the x-axis is the time, so from left to right, as the sound kind of like changes over time. The y-axis is the frequency from low to high, and the third axis would be the amplitude. So visualizing sound as a spectrogram like this makes it a bit easier to extract certain patterns. So on the slide here, if we look at one that I prototyped, there's a difference between when I'm speaking at the beginning and when I'm clapping my hands. We can kind of see that the kind of signature of the sound on the spectrogram is different, and it's kind of like visually you can see the difference. And also, if we look closely, hopefully if the stream is working properly, like just before I'm speaking, there's kind of like slight repeated pattern. And when I recorded that demo quite a few years ago, there was actually a bird outside my window. And as the spectrogram shows any kind of audio input that comes through the microphone, it shows bird calls as well, which was really cool. And sound data is actually used in recognizing and classifying bird calls in biodiversity research as well, which is like super fun. All right, so now that we can see that these sounds look different, we can use machine learning to find these patterns and build an activity classifier. So in the research paper that I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, you can see how different activities have a pretty distinct signature. That means that hopefully after some training, a machine learning model would have no difficulty classifying them. For example, here, if I highlight the water running, it looks quite different from the sound that a microwave does. So we could be using this information to augment IoT home automation system to know if we're currently like cooking or doing the dishes or having a shower or whatever. But how will we go about building that system? So to do this with web technologies, we're going to use TensorFlow.js. If you've never heard of it, it's the JavaScript framework to build machine learning experiments in JavaScript, so in the browser or in Node.js. So, and to make it even easier, you can use Teachable Machine. So it's an experiment by Google. And this interface allows you to record sound samples, train and export a model in like not even like a minute if you want to do something very quickly. So you start by recording some background noise of your environment, and then you record a few samples that you label. So in this particular, on this slide, I use like snapping my fingers, so just doing that noise. And you have to record a minimum of 8 samples. So you repeat the gesture. And you can see in the spectrograms that, the difference, when I'm snapping my fingers, there's like, you can see a little representation of it. And then you can run the training session, and it uses all of these samples. And at the end, you'll have kind of like a live preview where you can test if your prediction is working. So between the background noise and then between, when I'm snapping my finger, you kind of see it in the spectrogram and you can see the prediction changing. So once you've tested that it works, you can export the model and use it in your code. But how does it actually work in the background? Because I talked about sound data, but actually in machine learning, it's turned into image data. So it uses a convolutional neural network algorithm that is used to classify images. So why images? Because we're not feeding raw data directly to TensorFlow.js, but instead we're using the snapshots of the spectrogram to run our training and recognition. So spectrograms represent way less data to feed to an algorithm than sound data. So the default sample rate of the Web Audio API, I think, is 44 kilohertz, which means that it collects like 44,000 samples of data per second. And if you record 2 seconds of audio, it's 88,000 points of data for a single sample. You can imagine that as we need to record a lot more samples, it would end up being a very large amount of data fed to a machine learning algorithm, which means that it could kind of like take it longer to train. On the other hand, a spectrogram being extracted as a picture, it can be easily resized to a smaller size, which could end up being maybe only 28 by 28 pixel image. And for a 2-second audio clip, it would end up being 784 data points instead of 88,000. So that's like pretty interesting. But then to actually, once you've downloaded the model and you want to use it in your app, you can start by importing TensorFlow.js and the speech commons model. This particular model is using an algorithm optimized to recognize spoken words. So it's not really to do acoustic activity recognition, but it worked, so I used it anyway. So if you wanted to maybe do something a bit more accurate with sounds of activities, you might want to create your own model. But to get started, you can use one, the one that they have, speech commons. So then in like an async function, you declare variables to hold the path to your JSON model in your app. So once you've downloaded it from Teachable Machine, you add it in your app folder, and then you need to reference the path in your code. You use the 2 built-in methods to load your model inside your application. Then you can declare a few parameters if you want to get some data out of the predictions. That I just added some comments here. You can also not provide these parameters if you don't want to. But then finally, you call the listen method to listen to live data from the microphone. And every time that it detects a certain sound it can classify, you call the callback with the scores that you get for the prediction. So when you actually call this method, you pass in the URL to the model, and the callback will give you data with the prediction of live sounds. So here, if I had like clapping my hands or speaking or background noise, you get an index from the predictions, and you can refer that to the sound that you trained. Okay, so now that we talked about how you can easily train a model with a teachable machine and how you can write not even maybe like 50 lines of code to get it working, let's look at a quick demo. So I'm going to show you a demo of an activity classifier that I built with a model that I pre-trained with multiple activities. So hopefully if I switch the slide, yes, it should be working. So I'm going to start here. And if it's okay, so it's starting to show the spectrogram. Cool. So as I'm speaking, you can see the label at the bottom of the screen that says speaking, because it has recognized that I'm speaking. And if all of a sudden I stop and I fake that I'm coughing, like, yay, okay, so it wrote the label that I'm coughing. So I trained a few different activities, like I could do typing, but I think with my earphones, it's not going to work. So I'm going to try brushing my teeth. So I'm very glad that the camera is off, because I'm going to brush my teeth and it should be writing the label at the bottom. So I'm going to try that. Yay! Okay, I'm going to stop. So as you can see, even on the spectrogram, the pattern of brushing my teeth kind of looks different. And now it's like back to speaking. So I'm going to like stop here and go back to my slides. But so an important thing to know is, like, to show the power of this technology is that I built this demo like in 2019, and I have not updated the model. And I was recording the samples in a different environment. I wasn't where I am today. The background noise was different. I didn't say the same words. I didn't cough the same way. I used a different toothbrush, but I didn't, I didn't brush my teeth the same way. Like I don't, So it means that with a very small amount of data, training in a few minutes, the model is able to recognize like overall patterns. Okay, so for the purpose of this talk, I built a demo in the browser, but you could also, it's in JavaScript, so it runs on your phone, or you can do some IoT stuff as well. And if you have a look later at the actual research done around this, they tested their system with a lot more activities like vacuuming, hammering, etc. So you could try an algorithm to detect if you're in your garage and using like a hammer, or you're flushing the toilets or shower running. So now let's look at what we can actually build with this technology. So the applications. So you could do, smart house or smart office, as people start to go back to the office, you could recognize if people are in a room by listening to the sound of typing or talking, not listening to what they're saying, but listening to the activity of talking, for example. Or you could pause a cooking video when you're, chopping your vegetables. So if you're watching a video on an iPad while you're cooking, you could avoid touching the screen with your dirty fingers, and instead it would listen to the sound. Like you can recognize the sound of a knife on a cutting board. It's a very specific sound. And the benefit of this tech is kind of like to, instead of using a lot of different IoT devices, you could have one that kind of like rules them all. And you could still keep your normal coffee machine or your normal fridge and whatever, and you would only have one device that would be able to track things based on the noise that they make. So you could also do interactive storytelling. That could kind of be interesting. Like, with innovation, you have people who have books that have augmented reality apps, for example. And instead of doing it visually, you could augment stories with sounds, where the only way to, unlock a part of the story is to make a cow sound or an elephant sound or whatever. It's like up to your imagination at this point. And another potential application is in like activity tracking or health tracking, if you're coughing, sneezing, snoring, etc. But at the moment, there's already some applications that use this technology. So one of my favorite is something for rainforest connection, where they use that technology to fight against illegal deforestation. So they kind of refurbished old Android phones, and they use machine learning to listen for chainsaws or logging trucks. And as soon as the ML model detects that sound, it contacts the rangers and the locals to kind of warn them, and they're able to go on site and try to stop people from doing illegal logging. Another application that was more like an experiment is to do acoustic monitoring of whale species. And like, I love whales. I think this experiment is like super cool. And apparently we still don't really know what whales are saying to each other when they're singing and stuff. So you could use machine learning to recognize patterns of maybe different whales have, you know, the signature of their songs are different and things like that. One thing that you might have actually be, you know, actually using regularly is that on YouTube, you have live captions of ambient sounds. So on top of having captions of what people are saying, if you are, you know, hard of hearing, there's some emotions in videos that sometimes are with, you know, the sound of rain or some laughter, and that's usually not written because it's not spoken words. But with this technology, you can also automatically caption ambient sounds for people who need it. And a lot more recently, Apple Watch, I mean, I don't have an Apple Watch, but they said that they were doing, you know, the whole hand washing detection with the 20 seconds counter. So I don't know if it uses the microphone because I don't have an Apple Watch. But as soon as I saw this, like, I actually built my own kind of JavaScript version where, you know, in just a couple of hours, because I knew how the tech worked, I was able to also, you know, train a machine learning model to recognize the sound of water running, and then it starts a counter, and, you know, it can work on my phone and things like that. So it just to, you know, to show you that you can then explore some research topics, but in JavaScript. So anyway, there's like a lot more that I'd love to talk about, but this is the end of the talk for today. That's the type of things I'm really excited to look into, because again, you know, on your job, you might not be doing this, but knowing that you can potentially do some actual like research or like biodiversity apps using JavaScript is something that I think is super cool. But anyway, thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Sorry for some of the tech issues, but yeah, thanks again also for having me. And yeah, that's it for today.
Charlie, that was like, oh my gosh, blew our minds. We're in chat just going like, what? That was fantastic. So cool. I had no idea about half those applications. Yeah, I don't know. I could.
I mean, it makes you think about like how awesome your brain is, because your brain only needs to hear it once, and then you know what the sound is, and you don't think about it after. And, you know, and thinking that you can, if your brain can understand it, then you can try to do that in machine learning. But it is like, it's super interesting to me, having access to some of the research world, but in JavaScript is something like super fun to me.
I love all the projects you do with it. It just occurred to me, like, I remember hearing that you can tell the difference between hot water and cold water just from the sound of it.
Oh,
like
see, I haven't tried that one.
They,
I'm gonna try
they
right after
sound
this
different,
talk.
right? Like, so like hot has like this, and like yeah. Ever since I heard it, I can't not like turn the sync on and just listen for like, okay, the water's hot now or whatever.
Yeah, but it's like if I tell you to think about the sound of microwave, you know, like I don't need to play the sound for you to know what it sounds like, and or the like boiling water, or, you know, it's and we don't think about it often, but then when you stop and you're like, wow, yeah.
Yeah, so many little sounds that you just know, and then it makes you like, I don't know, sorry, I could geek out about this for a while, but like you play video games. Like, I'm a big fan of Breath of the Wild, the Zelda game. They did so much to make it so that, like, all right, when they're wearing like a wooden thing with a metal thing with like a cloth thing, we're gonna like hit those sounds together so it sounds like authentic, and the footsteps and different materials and all that kind of, like Foley artists that do that kind of stuff to make it, because you do know those sounds and you know when it's not right. And so like all the work that they put in,
even if it's a new sound, if it's like a new sound you haven't heard, you only need to associate it with what it is like once, and then you'll recognize it most of the time. So it's just, the brain is amazing. We don't give ourselves enough credit for how amazing our brain is.
But this was fantastic, and the thing about captions for emotions and all, that's really exciting, just for accessibility. But Charlie, thank you so much for bringing this to us. Blew our minds, and we hit 15,500. That might be the end of it, but I am overjoyed. Charlie, thanks again. I hope you have a fantastic holiday, fantastic
Thank
day.
you.
Yeah, just appreciate your time and can't wait to see what you do next because you're always making something for me. So
Thank you.
take care, all right?
See ya.
See ya. Well, chat, we have come a long way. It has been 12 fantastic guests. It has been a phenomenal day. I want to take us before we say goodbye. I want to take us a little bit through all the fantastic people who have donated. I don't know if we have time to go through everyone, but I do just want to thank all of these folks. I'm going to try to scroll as slowly as possible. I can't believe that these many folks. I'm just gonna quit on words. It's at the end of the show. I can't thank you all enough. There are just so many fantastic people. I'm like Al Gore, thank you. So many fantastic people in here giving so much, and even the $10, $20, $5, all of it. I can't thank you enough for showing up and giving. Yeah, y'all are just too kind. Just want to kind of slow roll through this, give you your small spot in the spotlight. I'm a little tired, but the emotions, the thanks, all of it. Hope you know it is genuine. I can't thank you enough for being a part of this, for trusting us with this. That this is I don't know. I don't have words. Thank you for donating over and over. Huge thanks to the team. Could not have gotten anywhere close to the amount of polish that is on this. To the sponsors, so many of you helped just to get sponsors. Some of you, like James, just DM'd me and said, "Hey, I'm gonna ask my boss, can I have money for this great cause?" Like, y'all seriously came through. Dom reached out. Like, thank you so much. Core team of just building this thing every day for weeks. Y'all have been helping me. Ryan took off of work today. Ben, you might have too. I'm not sure. Life put in hours of creating these incredible graphics for us. I just yeah, look at this. It's just all so good. And you're going to see an outro too from Life. So there's more graphics to come. Sponsors, thank you so freaking much. I'm going to start off with Prismic just because y'all made it happen. Sorry, I didn't put enough in here. I was in charge of this and everything else. So I should have had someone else be in charge of it. Prismic, you are just a fantastic company, service, everything. Love you. Love working here. GitHub, we got you in last second. Luckily, a lot of people know about GitHub. This is my GitHub. I'll go to github.com. It's the only way you can get the homepage. Look how dope this is. When's the last time you saw this homepage? Not in a while, right? Because you're always logged in. It's freaking sick. Look at all this. They animate the heck out of this thing. It's so good. Look at this design. This thing is gorgeous. Doesn't get enough love because you can't see it if you're logged in. So good. You didn't know it was this good. GitHub is great. Thank you, GitHub. Appreciate you. Zeta, phenomenal new database service that lets you think data, not databases. Can't thank you enough for sponsoring. I met these folks at JamstackConf, and they were just the kindest, nicest folks. And I reached out. I'm like, hey, I'm doing this thing. They said, sure thing. We've got you. We are happy to sponsor. It gives you an Airtable experience, but with a database. It's super powerful. I've heard nothing but phenomenal things about Zeta. Please go and give them a try, a follow, all of that stuff. And check out this video from our friend Attila, who goes through 4 minutes of Zeta. You'll be up and running in no time. Zeta, thank you so much. Our good friends at Netlify. This site that we're looking at is hosted on Netlify. This OBS scene, this is on Netlify. This thing is Prismic and Netlify and Astro, and we absolutely love Netlify. Y'all are just such fantastic people, strong community. Can't thank you enough for sponsoring us 2 years in a row. Same with Prismic, two years in a row. You're just wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for being there for this great cause. You're fantastic. And last but definitely not least, I think this is actually our second sponsor after Prismic. Clerk James came through. Like I said, he's just like, man, what a great cause. What a great thing. We're doing it. Clerk gives you more than a sign in a box, basically authentication and user management that just works. It looks dead simple to use. James, I'm going to have you on the show in the new year, maybe January, if you're available. We'll talk. But I'm excited to dig into it. Super nice people. I've met the folks too. I met James and the CEO and everyone. Great people. I watched this. Seems super easy to use. Please go check out Clerk. Once again, Clerk, thank you for matching donations. Folks, let's see where we ended. Tiltify. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any like messages or anything. We ended at 16, and by ended I mean right now. We are at 16,000 folks. Last year we got to 10,000 total. No, wait. So we got to 10,000 total. Yeah. Okay. So we've raised 8,000 this year from our viewers. Last year we raised 5,000. It's already 3,000 more from viewers, and then companies are going to match our 8,000 for the 16,000. So yeah, we made a difference. We absolutely did a good thing. Thank you so much. So what can they do with the 20,000? We can just scale this back a little bit, but just so you know what you did, like these are each things that could be done, right? So for $20,000, that pays for 80 treatments to cure patients of hepatitis C. Like 70 treatments, I don't know. The fractions are tough, but this is the good that you've just put into the world by showing up, by donating, by giving your money, and sponsors. Thank you for helping to do this. C-section kits to perform cesarean sections for patients in childbirth. So that they help out people in the places where medical treatment is needed most. And this is, something that's obviously very needed. So you're literally helping like deliver lives. So thank you. 12 multi-purpose tents for use like as a hospital, feeding center, dispensary, just to exist and be in these places. I should have a link to Doctors Without Borders. Nope. There we go. So yeah, you've made a big difference. They're in 72 countries. They do so much all around the world. That's why we wanted to give to them, because they are a global organization. They help out in Ukraine. They help out everywhere that it's really needed. So, folks, yeah, I think that's all I wanted to cover. Am I forgetting anything? We talked about sponsors. Went through sponsors. Our guests. I mean, you spoke for yourselves, quite literally. You were fantastic. What a phenomenal lineup. Just so thankful that y'all were able to make it. Yeah, just great group of guests. Sponsors, thank you again. Could not have raised them as much money as we did without you. And then the donations, you right there, could not have done it without you. Al Gore, just appreciate you. And also Comic Sans gave. I saw that. Comic Sans, thank you. Comic Sans is the top one. Thank you, Comic Sans. Alex, I appreciate you, buddy. That's super generous. Oh, I clicked in. Didn't mean to. I think that's about it. Oh, and community partners. This was a thing that we were like planning to do. So we had some community partners where there was going to be a much bigger thing. We had to kind of scale it back. Animation at Work. That's Cassie Evans' Discord. Kevin Powell community. That's Kevin's Discord. The Front End Horse community helped to put this on. So really appreciate them. If you want to find out more, there are some links in there on the fundraiser.horse site. So please go check that out, folks. That is all. Trosco. Oh, thank you, Killian. Appreciate it. Don't forget to take a nap. Yes, I will for sure. But folks, I Yeah, we came close. We got was it 8 little trees filled up. I can't say just how awesome that is that we came this close. So we had a very big goal to shoot for. We got pretty close. So we'll see if any donations trickle in over the next couple of days, but I'm still really just overwhelmed by the generosity and the fun that we had. I had an absolute blast. And I'm going to cut it off there. Thank you so much. Happy holidays from my home to yours. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season. I think I'm going to take a break from streaming for the rest of the month, and I will see you in 2023. Happy Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you're celebrating. I hope it is wonderful. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much, and check out this ending animation. Wait for it. Here we go.